Chapter 477. Chu Feng's breathing was rhythmic. His mouth and nose were suffused with white mist. In the eyes of ordinary people, this could be called immortal mist. The pores on his body relaxed, and his limbs spread out. The resplendent, multicolored light on his body was gradually restrained, further increasing the activity of his cells. Within his head, a mass of spiritual energy had been formed successfully. A small, indistinct figure stood there calmly with a large halberd in hand. Boom! After switching to the thunderous breathing technique, a golden mist appeared. His internal organs resonated as if they had been electrified, and even his bones were suffused with a faint golden color. At this moment, he was like a golden deity. His blood surged and emitted thunderous sounds. His muscles and bones crackled as his energy increased one step further. He was very satisfied. It was said that one's strength wouldn't increase much after severing the 12th shackle, but this didn't appear in his body. Now, the energy density within Chu Feng's body had increased several times. It was definitely several times more powerful than before. This was a terrifying transformation. Crack! The thunderous breathing technique was extremely ferocious. It pushed this evolution to an even more intense degree. His bones exploded and his skin began to crack. He was molting. Chu Feng sensed carefully. Just now, he had severed the 10th shackle. This was a shocking evolution. One had to know that he had only severed the 12th shackle after such a long time. In the end, after eating the immortal peach, it was almost equal to all of his previous accumulations. As expected of a divine medicine. Chu Feng sighed, but he knew that it wasn't perfect. There were more shackles in the human body than this. But at this time, the effects of the immortal peach were about to pass. It was just as Yao Yao had said. This wasn't the most powerful fruit produced by the immortal peach root. Moreover, it had been placed here for many years and had lost much of its medicinal properties. Otherwise, a true immortal peach with rich medicinal properties would make the golden arhats fight to the death for it. Then, he picked up another immortal peach. It was like a red diamond refracting the scarlet clouds. Its radiance was dazzling, and its fragrance assailed the nostrils. With a crunch, he bit off a large piece without any hesitation. His mouth was full of bright red juices, and the rich fragrance drifted down to the bottom of the altar and into the noses of those present. Ah! Yuan Kuan cried out, truly unable to take it anymore. He could only watch as Su Chun ate divine medicines, nibbled on holy fruits, his eyes even becoming red. He was the saint child of the diamond ape race. He was an ape-type creature and loved peaches the most. This kind of divine medicine made him scratch his ears and cheeks. He wanted nothing more than to slap Chu Feng to death and replace him. How hateful! Our Penglai Orthodox lineage didn't even obtain those offerings. He is merely a fake son, pretending to be a pure-blooded descendant, yet he can ascend the sacrificial altar and enjoy the divine medicine. Chen Rong's eyes were cold. She had an extraordinary appearance, but now she seemed slightly gloomy. We can't let him evolve smoothly. Prince Chiyu of Great Qi spoke. His face was cold, but there was no good way to stop him at the moment. Can we force him down and force him to stop? Yu Wenfeng's gaze was sinister and ruthless. His words were cold as he said, for example, find some people related to him, kill tens or hundreds of them, and force him to roll down here. As a descendant of a Star Knight, he was indifferent to life and death. His ancestors had done even more outrageous things, so it was natural and normal for him to say such words. Zhu Wuk nodded in agreement and said, if he had stayed in the town, then kill everyone there. He had to complete the task the Nining Sparrow had given him. He couldn't watch as Chu Feng rose to power. It was best to kill him as soon as possible. He's so thick-skinned and exceptionally shameless. How can he be forced down? Johnny said, that's not necessarily true. Humans are creatures with complicated personalities, including our race. Perhaps he won't be able to endure it and will jump down. The white-haired Lai Shan spoke. His mouth was full of snow-white teeth that flickered with a cold glint. Chenrong thought for a moment and said, oh, I know a place. There's a town at the foot of Mount Taihang where he lived for a long time. Someone shook his head and said, "There's not enough time. By the time we've massacred that town, everything here should be over. We'll only infuriate him further. He'll fight us to the death and stop at nothing. Think of a way. We must interfere and eliminate him. We can't let him be," Yu Wenfeng said coldly. Many people were complaining on the Origin Beast platform. Even though they could capture the scene on Mount Tai with the clairvoyant and capture sounds with the clairvoyant's crystalline Dao fruit, it was still too difficult. There were domains at the pilgrimage grounds, especially at the altar. Some runes had already been activated, affecting the clairvoyant and clairvoyant's ability to capture images and sounds. As such, the live broadcast on the Origin Beast platform was intermittent and unclear. However, people also heard some words. For instance, Chun Rong's "I'd rather give to a friend than a servant" made the evolvers of all races feel deep contempt. This kind of woman is sinister and ruthless. She really should be killed. Her character is too poor. She's a poisonous woman. At the same time, the Divine Sons and Saintesses had joined hands to hunt down Chu Feng. In the eyes of the people, they felt that it was odd. In the end, they had actually allowed Chu Feng to ascend the altar. Those who were watching the liveliness didn't mind the matter getting bigger. Those were the descendants of saints and were quite famous on their respective planets. Now that they had suffered a setback on Earth, many people were excited. Hurry up! I strongly recommend that the Origin Beast platform contact Chu Feng and help him register a gold account. I want to trade with him on the platform. That's right. As long as he can kill Zhu Wuk, I'm willing to send him a secret book through the Origin Beast platform to express my gratitude. Zhu Wuk, that dogsh *T vicious bird, once killed my elder brother. The Origin Beast platform couldn't calm down. Some people wanted to trade with Chu Feng and ask him to kill the saint children on Earth. So much so that someone said in a vulgar manner, "If he can capture a saintess from a high-ranking planet, I'm willing to exchange a top-grade breathing technique with him." The platform was in a state of restlessness. The scene is temporarily clear, and there's also sound. Heavens, what is he eating? He's already standing on the altar. Oh, heavens, that's a great immortal peach medicine. He's eating it in big mouthfuls and wasting natural resources recklessly. If that thing is refined into medicine, the effects will be terrifying. How can he be so extravagant? Someone let out a blood-curdling scream. It was a master pharmacist. His heart was aching, and he was about to spit out blood. Quick, I implore the Origin Beast platform to immediately contact this native and set up a gold account for him. I want to trade with him. That's right, this is a chosen one from a planet. Even if it's a desolate place and only just covered the interstellar network, it's enough to make an exception and invite him to enter the platform. The group of people went crazy. They saw Chu Feng eat 2 immortal peaches as if he was eating ordinary fruits. There was no need to mention how uncomfortable that feeling was. Of course, there were also people who felt sour and refreshed. A large number of people were jealous and wanted nothing more than to replace him. Oh heavens, strike him to death. Let me transmigrate and be named Chu Feng from now on. I'll evolve rapidly, and from now on, I'll take Divine Sons as servants and hunt saintesses as servants. Let me do it. The group of people howled like wolves and cried out strangely. After eating the second immortal peach, Chu Feng severed another 10 or so shackles. His entire body felt comfortable and erupted with radiance. Then, he was enveloped in a mist, and his skin peeled off continuously. This had never happened before. His constitution was rapidly improving, and the changes were somewhat terrifying. At this time, Chu Feng's jet black hair had long since reached his waist and was shining like a mirror. What a pity. If the medicinal effects hadn't been lost over the years, one immortal peach would have been enough. Not to mention the carefree realm, even the visualization realm would have been easily broken through. Chu Feng shook his head. There was still one last immortal peach in the container. It was radiating scarlet radiance in all directions, and its fragrance was so dense that it wouldn't dissipate. Chu Feng thought about it and switched to another plate with a sacred fruit. It was as white as jade and as big as a fist. This was the grass returning pill. If it was produced from the ancestral root, it would be called the ginseng fruit. It was a rare divine medicine that would make even withered old saints envious. With a gulp, Chu Feng bit down on a small portion. Immediately, white mist surged and surged through his body. His blood activity increased rapidly, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard from time to time. This time, Chu Feng changed his breathing technique again and switched to the one Yellow Cattle had taught him. Blood energy surged around his body, and wisps of dark red seeped out from the surface of his body in a flash. The evolution was too violent. He was exchanging blood and creating blood with even more astonishing spirituality. At the same time, his bones were vibrating with astonishing density. Following this, he ate the second grass-returning pill. Blood energy surged around his body, and turbid blood gushed out from his pores. At this point, the shackles on Chu Feng's body were more or less undone. The surface of his body trembled as the old skin and blood stains disappeared. His entire body was sparkling and translucent, like divine gold and fine jade without any flaws. At this time, his long hair hung down to his waist. It was black and shiny, and his eyes were like the stars, full of spirit. "It's not too safe. Eat 2 more cinnabar fruits." Chu Feng spoke. The other container contained a purple-red fruit. It wasn't very big, but its fragrance was quite strong. It was only the size of a pigeon egg. Chu Feng threw 2 in his mouth in one go and chewed. Multicolored light blossomed around his body once again, and a layer of scarlet splendor enveloped his body. He sensed the changes in his body, and, at the same time, his mood gradually calmed down. He was convinced that all his shackles had been undone, and that there were indeed about 50 in total. Of course, the situation would be much more complicated if the smaller ones were included. The order of magnitude would be different. However, he had already unlocked all of them after the baptism of the divine medicine. Chu Feng regulated his breathing and prepared to link through the carefree realm. He was going to paint an invincible picture scroll. There was 1 immortal peach left, 2 grass-returning pills, and a plate of cinnabar fruits. Each of them was sparkling and translucent and suffused with a purple-red radiance. He didn't stand on ceremony and stored them all in a jade container. Then, he put them into the spatial bottle. Suddenly, a certain object lit up. It was the photon computer he had seized from the machine race and could be used to connect to the interstellar network. At this time, a vivid and lifelike figure jumped out from the photon computer. He introduced himself as a team leader of the Origin Beast platform and had invited Chu Feng to join. What was going on? Chu Feng was baffled. Lin Qi, team leader? Why did it sound so familiar? He seemed to have heard Yao Yao call someone called Lin Qi Little Linny. Of course, he didn't think it was the same person, otherwise, it would be too frightening. Chu Feng looked at this very handsome man, but his expression was somewhat melancholic. He opened his mouth and said, "Little Linny, what are the benefits of joining your Origin Beast platform?" Little Linny. A divine glow appeared in the eyes of this melancholic and ridiculously handsome man, but it quickly disappeared. He said, "There are many benefits. The universe is boundless and the starry skies are vast. Your planet has lost contact with the universe for many years, so some resources and secret manuals can no longer be found. You can trade with people on the Origin Beast platform in exchange for them. Moreover, if you want to fight with others, you can also do so on the Origin Beast platform and obtain all kinds of resources." Wait a moment. How can I get the secret manuals and resources you mentioned? They're separated by who knows how many light years. Chu Feng felt that Little Linny was unreliable. Lin Qi replied, "You don't have to worry about this. The Wormhole Express Company can solve this. Once the transaction is successful, they will open a wormhole and accurately deliver it to the folded space on Earth. Dead things are fast, but living things are more difficult. You might have to wait for a year or so." Wormhole Express Company? Doesn't it sound like a delivery company? Chu Feng muttered, but his heart was shaken. To be able to deliver things to all parts of the starry skies, this kind of company's strength was too terrifying. In the end, Chu Feng nodded in agreement and asked Little Linny to help him register as a rare gold account member. "Please choose a name." Lin Chi let him name himself. Unrivaled under the starry skies. Chu Feng opened his mouth. At this time, many people on the Origin Beast platform were watching and paying attention to everything. Immediately, there was chaos after hearing this. This fellow was still as arrogant as ever. Was he really going to use this name? Are you sure? Those who used this name all died tragically in the end and were continuously canceled? Yes, now that I think about it. No one has used it for at least 500 years. Lin Chi revealed an odd expression. Those who used this name were guaranteed to be challenged every day. So I forget it. It's better to keep a low profile. Chu Feng shook his head and said, many people will think of Yao Yao when it comes to unrivaled under the starry skies. Let's leave it to her. Everyone felt that he knew his own limits. Unrivaled is so lonely. Let's use this name. It's better to keep a low profile, Chu Feng said. Damn! Everyone on the Origin Beast platform exploded. Low profile? Damn your grandpa. Do you want to ascend to the heavens? Very well. Lin Chi looked deeply at him and decisively helped him settle everything. Afterward, Chu Feng immediately received all kinds of news. All of them wanted to trade with him in exchange for peaches of immortality, cinnabar fruits, etc. There were also people who wanted him to kill Zhu Wuk. There were also people who wanted him to hunt down Sanuses and trade with them. Chapter 478. The sacrificial altar was in full swing. There were too many people who wanted to trade with Chu Feng. It was truly too busy. These evolvers came from different races and had all sorts of requests. Chu Feng was flustered, but he didn't refuse any of them. He was prepared to have a good discussion with them. As the saying goes, the highest bidder wins. He was indeed prepared to sell divine sons and sanuses. During this process, he naturally had to praise himself and comment on the high-quality goods in his hands. At this moment, Chu Feng was pretending to be high-spirited and high-spirited. He stood high up on the grand altar, looking down at the people below and introducing them to his clients. Everyone looked carefully. That red-haired brat has a bit of vermilion bird blood in his body. Hey, what are you looking at? Red-haired birdman, don't look back. I'm talking about you. What's your name again? Zhu Wuk, yes you. Stand properly. I'm helping the client evaluate you. Let's see if you can sell for a good price. Chu Feng condescendingly pointed at Zhu Wuk and berated him without the slightest scruple. The group of people below the altar was shocked. What kind of situation was this? Then they all became angry. They finally understood that he had logged into the Origin Beast platform and become one of the rare gold account members. And now, he was selling people. The people below were all furious. This native was too hateful. He was originally the hunted prey, but now he wanted to sell them instead? He really had eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. Zhu Wuk was shocked and furious because he was the first one to evaluate him. His fiery red hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were like two sharp swords that were about to spit out sword chi. Chu Feng ignored his murderous gaze and gave him a very high evaluation. Let's not talk about other things. This red-haired bird's bloodline isn't ordinary. His ancestor was a quasi-sage. He refined the divine blood in his body. Although the amount is small, it could be used as a medicinal primer. Some people wanted to buy Zhu Wuk's life, but Chu Feng felt that it would be a waste to just kill him and throw away his corpse. He also planned to sell his blood and even the Een Sparrow's bones. All right, look at his flowing water. When he manifests his true form, his feathers are bright red and gorgeous. This thing is absolutely rare as an ornament. Think about it. How rare are the feathers of a saint? Furthermore, he has the bloodline of the vermilion bird and is a descendant of the secondary sage. If he makes a feather fan, it would truly be a feather fan and silk scarf, extremely romantic. When facing an enemy with a wave of the feather fan, the enemy would be reduced to ashes. Chu Feng spoke with fervor and assurance, or rather, praised Zhu Wuk from top to bottom. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. No matter how they looked at it, this native was a profiteer. If Zhu Wuk fell into his hands, would he have a good time? He wanted to suck the marrow out of his bones. From his life, to his ancestral blood, to the scarlet plume feathers, and then to the sparrow bones within his body, He squeezed out all of their value, selling them from head to toe. Trader, boasting shamelessly. Who do you think you are? You dare to have ideas about me? Stop daydreaming. Zhuwak was naturally furious. He rebuked loudly and said, Not to mention you. Even the earth at its most glorious period was breached in the end. Your ancestors were hunted down by my race. Even today, my family still has the remains of your ancestors and even the incorruptible remains of a saint. We keep them as a collection and display them from time to time. Chu Feng glared and said, Red-feathered chickadee, what are you shouting about? Why are you being so fierce? In a moment, I'll call the Wormhole Express to send your blood and plume feathers away. You're already a product for sale. On the Origin Beast platform, people gasped in surprise. Many people were dumbfounded. This kind of thing was actually going to happen. He was openly selling a saint's son, and he was even prepared to kill him and then sell him apart. It was too cruel. Someone on the platform reminded and corrected. We are the Wormhole Express Company. More or less. In any case, it's the Wormhole Express Company. Chu Feng replied and then said solemnly, Zhuwak is my first business deal, so the price will be a bit cheaper. Whoever can give me a secret book on the analysis of all kinds of energy forms after entering the carefree realm, I'll pack up his life, feathers, blood, and so on and sell them to you. Young man, you're too greedy. A secret book on the analysis of a single type of energy form is already very precious, not to mention all kinds. I have a summary of the silver bodhi here. I have a detailed explanation of the red spider lily here. I have the essentials of the revered planet fan here. Chu Feng nodded and said, All right, the first item is decided. Leave a message and give me an offer. When the time comes, I'll choose the best one. You're courting death. Zhuwak's face was ashen. He brought out a secret treasure and attacked the altar. He wanted nothing more than to shake Chu Feng off immediately. In a split second, the grand altar lit up and various domain symbols were activated. Immediately, the live broadcast on the Origin Beast platform became unclear and the signal was extremely bad. Zhuwak, are you courting death? Don't attack randomly. The group of people on the Origin Beast platform was dissatisfied and shouted. Zhuwak wanted to curse out loud. Was there still justice in this world? The victim had retaliated, but in the end, he was reprimanded by those greedy people. He really wanted to kill someone. Moments later, the place quieted down and the scenery and sounds could be distinguished. Come, everyone. Please take a look at the second item. She calls herself Li Feng, a saintess from a high-grade planet. Chu Feng pointed at the woman who was taller than the average man. She held a large halberd in her hand, and her gaze was fairly sharp. Chu Feng further commented, Look carefully. This figure is definitely at the level of a cosmic supermodel. Curvaceous in the front and rear, 180 centimeters tall, and her appearance isn't bad either. Such qualities are rare. This was definitely a high praise, but it was too ear-piercing in Li Feng's ears. Her fair face immediately turned gloomy. This is actually a saintess from a high-grade planet. This old man wants her. Don't fight over her. I'll offer 3 top-grade energy form analysis books. Someone retorted, Although this senior hasn't revealed his true appearance and is anonymous, I can sense that you're an old antique. Don't cause trouble at your age. We're still in our prime. It's more elegant to bid for a high-grade planet saintess. Scram. This old man has evolved for 460 years and is now at the peak of his vitality. It's the golden age of his life. I'll bid for a race's saintess to decorate my life. You shameless old man. Stop fighting. The highest bidder wins. I have the incomplete secret book of the Buddhist race's Zhang 6 golden body. This saintess is mine. A group of anonymous people on the platform was about to fight, and some even challenged them to a battle. Chu Feng's eyes were wide open. There were old scoundrels among these people, and there were also self-righteous and elegant scions from major families. They were fighting over a high-grade saintess. It was obvious that Li Feng was much more popular than Zhuwak. The price was much higher, and there were more than 10 times the competitors. Cough. I'm also lacking saintesses. I plan to gather a dozen or more. I'll consider whether or not to sell this Li Feng. Chu Feng said hesitantly. Are you trying to raise the price? No, you native is too hateful. You want to encroach on saintessly Feng? I'll duel with you. I only want a pure and holy saintess. Chu Feng immediately rebuked and warned them. Whoever calls me a native will be disqualified from the transaction. Then, he added, you guys better bid. If the conditions are good enough, I'll consider it. Otherwise, I'll keep her to warm my bed. You guys better think this through. This is a cosmic supermodel saintess. Chu Feng, you better pray you don't fall in my hands. Otherwise, I won't kill you immediately. Instead, I'll let you taste all kinds of tortures in this world and make you wish you were dead. Li Feng pointed her halberd at Chu Feng on the altar and gnashed her teeth. Today's experience was too absurd and filled her with killing intent. Chu Feng was fearless. On the contrary, he went one step further and said, "All right, supermodel saintess Li Feng comes from the gentle wind planet. She's the descendant of a female saint. In this case, won't her price be even higher?" Someone shouted, "I'm taking her. I believe the Wormhole Express Company can maintain privacy and not be afraid of the saint's investigation." Chu Feng smiled. He didn't care about all this and said, "Next." Next, he auctioned wind feathers, claiming that he was the descendant of the Saint Yuan Shenkong. He would definitely gain face if he took him as a servant. Sure enough, there were some people who bet on Wind Feather's death, but not that many. They were afraid of the Saint Yuan Shenkong. Then, when it was the turn of the two saintesses, Ziluan and Bai Ling, the people's enthusiasm immediately increased as they enthusiastically bid one after another. Chu Feng added, "There's one thing I have to clarify. I'm also considering keeping some saintesses on my side. If your price isn't enough to tempt me, then don't bother." This made the group of people dissatisfied, and they cursed him for being a profiteer. Next is a diamond ape. His temperament is a bit violent, but he's the descendant of an old saint ape. His bloodline is very strong. Whether it's used as an auspicious beast to guard the mountain gate or to eat monkey brains, it's definitely worth the money. Of course, look at his fur. It's dazzling gold and of excellent quality. It's a good material for making top-grade coats. Below, Yuan Kuan's lungs were about to explode. The Saint Child was going to guard the mountain gate. He was even going to be used as food and leather clothing material. How humiliating was this? Chu Feng slapped his forehead and said, "Oh my, I wasn't careful. The saintesses are almost sold out. There's only a young lady from Penglai, Chenrong, left. Does anyone want this good?" "No, she's too vicious. Poisonous woman, I want it. I have other uses for it. Send my senior brother there and let him suffer." "Heh, I can also consider it. Arfine Island is least afraid of women with bad character." Upon hearing this, Chu Feng revealed a strange expression and said, "There are people who want this kind of good." Below, Chun Rong's expression was ice-cold. Her gaze was sinister and ruthless, and she was so angry that her whole body was trembling. She considered herself to be of the orthodox lineage, but that person on the altar had actually humiliated her like this. Yes, my Wind Moon Pavilion needs it. After all, she could be considered to have gained some fame through this. Chu Feng waved his hand and said, "This isn't for sale." "Not for sale." While everyone was stunned and Chen Rong revealed a strange expression, Chu Feng continued, "The quality of this good is too poor. I'll bury it in the latrine and dispose of it. I'm a person who pays attention to integrity and deceives neither old nor young. I don't sell fake goods." "Chu Feng, you servant, I'll definitely tear you to pieces." Chen Rong screamed. Before long, Zhan He, Lai Shan, and the others had already been auctioned off. Of course, this was just an intention. Letting people bid was still far from the actual transaction. Chu Feng opened his mouth and said, "Everyone knows that I'm currently breaking through the carefree realm and urgently need all kinds of corresponding secret manuals. Only then can I go and hunt down your favorite divine sons and saintesses. Is there anyone who can pay in advance? The price can be negotiated. I'll give you the best discount." "No, there's no such thing. If I give you the secret manuals first, what if I don't return?" "Absolutely not, without sincerity." The group of people didn't want to take the risk. Who knew whether or not Chu Feng could kill these divine sons and capture Sanuses? If by any chance he died before accomplishing anything, wouldn't their advance payment be in vain? At this time, Lin Shi, the team leader of the Origin Beast platform, contacted Chu Feng and said that he could give him what he needed on the condition that he stayed on the Origin Beast platform and didn't go to the competitors. No problem. Afterward, Chu Feng found that there were some electronic notes on the photon computer. Inside were all things to pay attention to when entering the carefree realm, as well as some basic construction methods of energy forms. They couldn't be considered top-notch secret manuals, but they were indeed the simplest things. Lin Shi informed him. In fact, the path to invincibility requires one to paint the ink on one's own. As for the energy form analysis you're concerned about, you can take your time. It's just a small path, and you can even create it yourself. Very well, many thanks. At this time, the inside of Chu Feng's body was turning upside down. Energy rose sharply and attacked his whole body. After breaking all the shackles, his body was undergoing changes. It was like the primal chaos as all kinds of energy surged. Now he had begun. He directly charged through and entered the carefree realm. Chapter 479. Chu Feng was sitting cross-legged on the altar in complete silence. He was no longer in contact with the outside world. His body was shrouded in a mist of high-quality energy. His figure was hazy and motionless. However, his body wasn't tranquil at all. The heavens and earth were turning upside down and undergoing drastic changes. The source of the severed shackles was like an erupting volcano. The energy broke through a dam and cleansed every inch of his flesh, refining his bones and tendons. If one were to look within, they would see that his body was boiling like lava from hell. There was destruction everywhere, and he was on the verge of losing control. He had already broken through the cage and was advancing into the carefree realm. However, this feeling was unbearable because he had severed too many shackles. Now, the energy was boiling and attacking at the same time, almost tearing his body apart. Other people had achieved a great leap in life with only 12 severed shackles, but he had severed dozens more. There was simply no comparison, especially since he wanted to paint and sketch out his own path. He had to erase all the restlessness, and the resistance was unimaginable. As time went by, Chu Feng began to tremble. The rapid evolution of his physical body resulted in all kinds of changes that were too intense. His body was on the verge of collapse. If he wanted to paint, he had to return to his original state. He had to be flawless inside and out, and he had to erase all the mutant techniques corresponding to the severed shackles. This process was simply too painful. Chu Feng's body felt as if it was exploding. He could no longer remain calm as blood gushed out from all the pores on his body. The carefree realm wasn't so easy to sketch. Of course, the main reason was because his path was special. The number of severed shackles was dense and intimidating. Boom! The lightning rune on Chu Feng's left palm exploded. Needless to say, the inside was interweaving with lightning which spread up his left arm and into his body. His external appearance was also quite astonishing. His left hand was bleeding profusely, and the scarlet specks splashed onto the altar. This was only the beginning. After breaking all the shackles in his body, he had to cut off all the divine abilities he had obtained and return them to nothingness. Only when his body was close to primal chaos could he paint, following which, Chu Feng's right hand burst into flames. It was too resplendent and raging. His entire palm was frighteningly red. A stream of blood energy rushed out from his right palm and ignited. It was as if Chu Feng's soul was burning. Another kind of divergent technique was eliminated. This process was extremely painful and even more difficult than when he had severed his shackles. It could easily endanger his life and cause his body and spirit to suffer from severe internal damage. However, Chu Feng could only persist. He had already taken a step forward and could not take it back. If you want to reach the peak, you must endure the pain. If you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. Next would be his legs. Chu Feng hesitated whether he should cripple his god's limbs or not. In the end, he gritted his teeth and decided to obliterate them. This was because, according to his understanding, there were many secret skills such as the land divine movement technique and the world's end near at hand. If one had the opportunity to cultivate them, the effects would be great. In fact, there were even secret skills like the divine feat that were more mature and complete than what he had mastered. In that instant, Chu Feng's feet shone like two small suns, and then they erupted with blood and energy beams. His face distorted slightly. This type of destruction was too painful. Next was Chu Feng's spine. It was now a light gold color, like a dormant golden true dragon. At this moment, it was as if his spine had exploded. There was a golden weapon lying there, sometimes a dragon sword, and sometimes a dragon spear. It was glaring with golden light. The weapon broke and was obliterated. In the end, it returned to its original energy and surged. Chu Feng's spine emitted a crisp sound, and his body was stained with blood. Next, he looked inside his heart and hesitated slightly, but he still chose to obliterate it. After the shackles here were broken, his recovery power was astonishing and the benefits were great. He had asked Yellow Cattle and also consulted Yao Yao. He knew that there were secret skills that could be replaced. For example, the bronze gecko tail breaking technique, silver silkworm regeneration technique, and undead technique could all be replaced as long as one of them was cultivated. Of course, these rare secret books were ridiculously expensive. Ordinary people couldn't even think about it and were very difficult to obtain. But not long ago, Chu Feng saw a way out. He could sell divine suns and let people bid for sanuses and other things to exchange with the people in the depths of the starry skies. Before this, he didn't dare say he would give up on the corresponding recovery technique in his heart. Now he had the confidence. A tearing pain came from his heart. Chu Feng coughed up blood. This was what one had to face when entering the carefree realm. Others would only need to endure for a period of time. Chu Feng had broken too many shackles and would have to suffer later on. When a metallic sword chi in his lungs melted in an instant, it was as if he was about to cut off his own lungs and destroy his organs. Chu Feng's breathing was rapid, and his chest was heaving up and down violently. In this way, he obliterated one mutant technique after another and suffered all kinds of pain. There were a few places he left for the last. For example, the kidney. Chu Feng frowned and ruthlessly broke open. Immediately, his kidney chi poured out, and the energy returned to its original state. He let out a muffled groan and hurriedly looked inside for fear of injuring his source. Afterwards, Chu Feng braced himself and chose another important yet weak place. He carefully guided the special energy back into his body. Discordant voices came from the Origin Beast platform. Someone shouted, "This brat's broken shackles are a bit scary. Could it be that he has already connected them all? Where is he staring at? Why do I feel like it's a tit? Such obliteration. He might accidentally cripple himself." Fortunately, Chu Feng could neither see nor hear them. He was isolated from the outside world. Otherwise, he would surely go berserk. He let out a long sigh. Everything had returned to its original state. The inside and outside were one, just like the primal chaos. Of course, this was excluding his eyes. The fiery eyes was the only ability Chu Feng had preserved. It hadn't been obliterated because this kind of eye technique was too heaven-defying. How many people in the entire starry sky could accomplish this? Many people had broken the eye shackles, but the ability they obtained was only at the edge of the spiritual eye. The fiery eyes was known as a forbidden technique. There were no secret manuals to follow and cultivate it. This was a natural ability. Finally, my body is hazy like the primal chaos. All kinds of energy are mixed together, and I can construct my evolutionary path in detail, Chu Feng muttered to himself. Returning to the original state, the body was like a snow-white sheet of paper. It could also be called a chaotic state. Some people said that it was better to obliterate all divine abilities so that the body would be flawless. Others said that the more one pursued perfection, the more regrets there would be. Hence, There was a tradition of preserving one kind of mutant technique. Leaving behind the fiery eyes in front of the painting scroll, Chu Feng had his own plans. He had deduced that he could attack or retreat at will. Chu Feng sat cross-legged and pondered in silence. He felt that he hadn't missed anything. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. At this time, his body was covered in blood. Even his forehead was no exception. The small halberd-wielding figure formed from his spirit had also been cleanly dissolved. Just as Chu Feng was about to begin, he felt his heart palpitate. Thump! He sat up straight, and divine light shot out from his eyes. He stopped all his movements. Hunger, tiredness, and a wave of internal exhaustion assaulted his heart. In the blink of an eye, Chu Feng couldn't stand the hunger anymore. He severed dozens of shackles and connected his whole body in one go, entering the carefree realm. That terrifying after effect finally erupted. Before coming here, he had eaten the Starcore turtle egg at Mount Longhu and had long since established a solid foundation. But now it still flared up. This time, he had severed too many shackles. Breaking into the carefree realm in one go was simply putting his life on the line and refining his heart, blood, and spirit. That was because, under normal circumstances, it would take years to do so. However, he had undergone an intense transformation in such a short period of time. He had condensed many years of progress into a single day. It was too tyrannical. He was gambling with his life. Doing so would lead to his body drying up. The eggs of quasi-divine beasts were indeed unique. They allowed Chu Feng to hold on until now. Even though Yao Yao played it down and belittled the Starcore turtle eggs, the truth was that they contained an incomparable life force. Turtles lived long lives, especially Starcore turtles. They were simply nourishing sacred items. Without these divine eggs, Chu Feng certainly wouldn't have been able to hold on. Such an intense and rapid evolution would have caused him to age prematurely and wither to death. Before coming here, he had eaten a total of 3 eggs. One of them had been digested, and the essence of the other 2 had been poured into various parts of his body by Yao Yao. Now, it was as if a mountain flood had broken through a dike. All his cells were hungry, and the essence of the other 2 eggs had been absorbed cleanly. It was as if he had eaten a future quasi-divine beast. After a brief moment of palpitation, he was then nourished. His body and spirit didn't dry up. It was as if he had experienced death. Chu Feng returned to tranquility. The cells in his body blossomed with silver light, full of vitality, and rushed to various parts of his body. His bleeding arms, legs, and forehead were all healed and completely restored. His expression was tranquil as he looked at the seal of domain suppression beside him. Black light covered the area, maintaining tranquility and no danger. Ever since he had activated the seal, he already knew that he had been worrying too much. The seal of domain suppression in the past was definitely an important weapon. Every time it was used, it could last for over 20 hours. To him, there was plenty of time, and he could proceed calmly. He took out his photon computer and carefully read the electronic notes Lin Shi had given him. They were all handwritten notes from predecessors, and they were scanned on the photon computer. He wanted to be perfect and do his best without leaving behind any regrets or flaws. In a sense, I was worrying too much. An analysis of energy forms isn't necessary. For example, the Buddhist race's supreme energy form, the Zhang 6 golden body. It was an invincible scroll drawn by the race's geniuses when they entered the carefree realm. It was continuously perfected in the following years and developed unparalleled might. Chu Feng nodded in understanding, following which he read the handwritten notes of predecessors. They were extremely precious, and the viewpoints they expounded were all similar. No wonder Yao Yao asked me to draw my own scroll and didn't care too much about the analysis of energy forms. So that's how it is. Chu Feng felt that it was fine as long as the form of energy was suitable for him. He could completely create it himself. As for the spider lilies and the supreme banana leaves, he could use them as reference and embellishment after he had splashed ink on his own scroll. He didn't need to obtain them first. There's no conflict with my own scroll. It's fine. Chu Feng finished reading and became increasingly calm and unhurried. He suddenly got up and stood on the altar, overlooking all directions. Boom! His body churned, and all kinds of energy surged. It was as if the primal chaos was being opened up. He was sketching and splashing ink on a scroll. A golden sun rose from within his body and illuminated the firmament. It grew larger and larger, and then it enveloped his entire body. As he brandished his fists, it was as if a saint emperor had awakened. Glaring light erupted from his fists, and his hands seemed to be pushing a great sun to survey the world. With the great sun as the foundation, it's grand and majestic. The divine suns and saintesses below the altar were moved. This was a tyrannical scroll. On the Origin Beast platform, many people were alarmed. There was no other reason than that this was a heaven illuminator who had once splashed ink on a scroll. How many people would dare to imitate a supreme expert of this level? That was courting death. In the starry skies of the universe, many famous scrolls were open to the public, but one might not necessarily be able to imitate them. If one couldn't walk the path of the predecessors, they would most likely be defeated and die. Splashing ink on a saint scroll along their path would take one's life. And the scrolls drawn by heaven illuminators were even more terrifying. It was simply a death-hastening talisman. If the later generations were to throw themselves into it wholeheartedly, it would be akin to cutting off one's path to survival. Many heaven-bestowed geniuses didn't believe in heresy, but in the end, they suffered a miserable fate and lost their lives. There was once a famous saying that said, "Those who learn from me live, and those who imitate me die." One could draw on their experiences and figure out their train of thought. Blindly imitating them was suicide. Bang! But then, the great golden sun dispersed and the golden light returned to Chu Feng's body. He's given up, Chen Rong said with a cold gaze. He knows his limits because he clearly knows that he can't control it. If he were to force himself to continue, his body will certainly fall apart. White-haired, Lai Shan laughed. He had evolved from a silver pangolin. His face was long and narrow, and his teeth were very sharp. Amidst rustling sounds, mist filled the air around Chu Feng as a pond appeared, following which green lotuses appeared one after another. It was as if the only lotus pond that had appeared during the creation of the heavens. This is an ancient scroll. There was once a heaven illuminator who viewed it as his foundation. Prince Chi Yu of Great Qi was immediately alarmed and revealed a trace of worry for the first time. That was because if Chu Feng were to succeed, his accomplishments would be incomparably astonishing. This kind of scroll was famous throughout the starry skies. All heaven-bestowed geniuses yearned for it. It was rumored that the one who created this invincible scroll was a supreme expert from one of the top 10 planets. His heaven illuminator era was terrifyingly ancient. There were many imitators in later generations, and all of them were geniuses. However, successful cases were almost non-existent, and most of them made a fool of themselves by imitating others. However, there were no absolutes in this world. In the end, there were 3 people who succeeded one after another in different eras. That was truly a world-shaking event. Their individual accomplishments were so glorious that it was frightening. Bang! A soft sound rang out. In the end, the primal chaos lotus pond collapsed, and everything returned to nothingness. Chu Feng had actually given up once again. Some people were regretful. They really wanted him to try and see if he could succeed and use this opportunity to tread an invincible path. Unfortunately, he withdrew. Some people were relieved and revealed expressions of understanding. How many people would dare to attempt this kind of scroll? Too many geniuses had died as a lesson in blood. In the starry skies, many people were looking forward to how Chu Feng would choose and what kind of scroll he would create. Chen Rong, Yuan Feng, Lai Shan, and the others were discussing in low voices. Their gazes were unfriendly as they stared at Chu Feng on the altar. On the altar, Chu Feng's hair reached his waist and was as shiny as satin. His eyes were brilliant, and with a boom, pages of golden paper appeared around him. These were scriptures. Cries of surprise arose once again because this was one of the peerless scrolls in the cosmos. Back in the day, there was someone who had pages of heavenly tomes appearing around him. There were no words or diagrams. The golden paper could be used to capture all kinds of laws in the world and plunder all kinds of fortunes. It was extremely heaven-defying to inscribe them into the blank golden scroll. It was said that Saint Yuan Shinkong's 100 transformations breathing technique originated from this Tao. To be exact, it was one of its branches. One could imagine how heaven-defying this scroll was. At this moment, the golden paper was very real. It was like a true wordless heavenly book as it was arranged around Chu Feng. The faint golden luster made him seem otherworldly. His construction is very realistic. This scroll is most likely going to be completed. The Origin Beast platform was in an uproar. People were shocked that Chu Feng actually had such a method to paint this scroll. Below the altar, Yuan Feng, who was plotting and discussing how to get rid of Chu Feng, had a sinister expression on his face. The traitor in his eyes was actually painting the scroll. One had to know that the rise of their race was because their saint, Yuan Changkong, had imitated a few pages of the wordless scripture. Now, Chu Feng was actually sketching and painting this peerless scroll in front of everyone. Was this a demonstration against him? At the last moment, Chu Feng waved his hand and the golden scroll was set ablaze. It turned into divine light and entered his body. He still gave up. This moved everyone. There was a chance of success just now, but he actually gave up just like that. What was he trying to do? What kind of scroll was he painting? Could it be that everything he did was to test the waters? In the end, a smile appeared on the corner of Chu Feng's mouth. He suddenly raised his head and saw a total of 100 stars in the firmament above his head. They illuminated the heavens and entered his eyes. Chapter 480. There were 100 brightly colored celestial bodies under the firmament. They formed a line as if they had existed since time immemorial, as they lay horizontally in the sky above the altar. Some were as red as blood, some were dark green with exuberant vitality, and some were purple and tyrannical. They were only as big as millstones, but all of them had terrifying auras, as if they could crush the universe. Chu Feng raised his head while enduring the enormous pressure. When the brilliance of the 100 celestial bodies entered his eyes, their terrifying suppressive might made people not dare to look straight at him. A true heaven illuminator. In the cosmos, the most powerful evolvers stood on the top 100 planets with the densest energy. They illuminated the myriad domains and were worshipped by all races as sacrifices to the heavens. Seeing Chu Feng raise his head, the people below naturally looked up too. But soon, they lowered their heads and didn't dare to look for too long. There were followers of divine sons and saintesses who didn't know their limits. After looking for a while, their foreheads immediately cracked. They became dispirited and fell limply to the ground. There were also people who were bleeding from their 7 apertures. They trembled and knelt on the ground. Who dares disrespect the place of sacrifice and examine the heavens? Be careful of your physical body disintegrating and your mind collapsing. Yu Wenfeng shouted to remind the knights under him. In fact, most of the major vital planets had a place of sacrifice, but ordinary people couldn't get close. Servants weren't qualified to appear near the altar. Chu Feng gazed at it. Threads of starlight fell down unobstructed and directly penetrated into his body. They were different from other starlight. In fact, the 100 celestial bodies in the sky weren't real. They were the result of illuminating the various domains. They were too extraordinary and aloof. They illuminated the myriad domains and were unstoppable. However, when the starlight fell into Chu Feng's body, the silent black and white millstone began to rotate slowly. It absorbed all the starlight and grinded it away. Most importantly, this was an abandoned land. If it were any other planet, the place of sacrifice would fall with starlight as dense as water. All living things would tremble in fear and involuntarily prostrate themselves in worship. Chu Feng withstood it. The black and white millstone in his body rotated at a moderate speed while he stared at the 100 celestial bodies in detail. This was his target. It wasn't just a celestial world. There were also indistinct creatures standing within. That was the true source of terror. For example, within the millstone-sized, blood-red star body, primal chaos pervaded the air. There was a woman who held a heavenly spear in front of her, suppressing the heavens. In another planet, there was a knight sitting on a terrifying, ferocious beast. Beneath his iron hooves was a collapsing starry sky. The front hooves of his mount had even directly trampled through a vital planet. All of this was blurry, the scene hazy, but it was still shocking. There were other star bodies where the creature was silent and motionless, but its gaze seemed to be able to cut through space and time, shocking the ancients and dazzling the contemporaries. In short, these 100 celestial bodies were too mysterious, to the extent where they could even be said to be strange, making one not dare to look directly at them. They would only tremble and feel waves of horror. This was Chu Feng's goal. He wanted to paint an invincible painting. Was there anything more terrifying than these 100 celestial bodies? It would be unimaginable if the 100 most powerful experts, heaven illuminators, were to become his picture scroll. However, he was also worried. This painting scroll was too heaven-defying. A single mistake would cause his body to collapse, his spirit to be obliterated, and he would instantly die. This wasn't a joke. It was a matter of life and death. It didn't mean that a majestic conception was the best. That was because many were simply courting death. They simply couldn't withstand that kind of pressure and would cause their bodies to fall apart. He was conceited enough to have broken all the shackles on his body, but he was still somewhat uncertain at the last moment. Otherwise, why couldn't many people successfully imitate some peerless picture scrolls in the cosmos that were made public? This was the reason. However, he was prepared to paint. He had already decided on this path and wouldn't change it. White mist surged between Chu Feng's mouth and nose. He circulated his breathing technique and adjusted himself to the most tranquil state. He was ready to paint a magnificent picture scroll of his own. Below the altar, a figure approached Chen Rong and reported in a low voice, "Young miss, the preparations are almost done. We've already lined up the ancient domain weapons and laid out an area of danger. We're just waiting for Chu Feng to leave the altar." At this time, Zhu Wuk also received a report. The strange feather he had brought had been watered with everyone's blood and was now glistening red. It had absorbed enough essence energy and could kill. Saintis, 108 flying halberds have been prepared and can be thrown out at any time to launch a destructive attack. Li Feng's follower also came to report. Someone beside Yu Wenfeng also reported, "Saint Child, the battle formation used by the Heavenly Knights to roam the world in the past has been laid out. Our blood energy can condense into one at any time to kill. The Divine Sun and Saintis wouldn't normally be so careful. They didn't even need to make any arrangements and could just kill the enemy directly. But today they had no choice but to treat it seriously." They frowned after seeing Chu Feng sketch the peerless picture scroll several times. Although he gave up in the end, they still frowned. What if he succeeded? It would be extremely troublesome. On the altar, Chu Feng's eyes erupted with radiance. His spiritual energy had risen to the peak. He had already begun. A mount appeared in front of him and crushed vital stars one after another. The scene was terrifying, and it emitted a tyrannical aura that terrified everyone. He's begun? As expected, he's a violent native. He's so uncouth and tyrannical. This picture scroll is extremely rude and unreasonable. Saint Azilwan's red lips twitched as she spoke. In truth, she was alarmed. She felt that the beast was too terrifying and was about to leap out of the void and pounce over. The divine sons and saintesses were still fine, but the servants were all shaken and felt a great pressure. That picture scroll innately suppressed all directions and gave them a suffocating feeling. Yu Wenfeng heaved a sigh of relief. He was truly afraid that Chu Feng would sketch out page after page of golden scriptures. That wordless heavenly book was the source of their race's imitation. The other divine sons and saintesses also relaxed a little. That was because, at the very least, this picture of a vicious beast had never been seen in a famous painting. There was no need to be afraid. Zhu Wuk revealed a cold expression and said, "Since he has already begun, he must have no distractions. Do you think there will be an accident if an external force suddenly interferes?" "It's feasible." Chiyu nodded. Lai Shan, Yuan Kun, and the others grinned, revealing their snow-white teeth in agreement. On the altar, Chu Feng had already stopped and was in a contemplative state. This caused the people below to pause immediately. There was no point in interfering at this time. It was better to give him a blow at the critical moment. Clang, clang, clang. However, the next moment, 4 dragon-locking pillars appeared and lined up in the distance. A dense mist immediately rose up and obscured everyone's perception and vision. This caused a group of people to clench their fists. He was prepared. Chu Feng didn't dare place the dragon-locking pillars in front of him because, with the seal of domain suppression, domains would be suppressed and would be useless. He did this not only to prevent the people below from causing trouble, but also to conceal heaven's secrets. He didn't want the people on the Origin Beast platform to see. This was his picture scroll. Although he wasn't afraid of imitation, it wasn't suitable for the whole world to know because something big might happen. What he wanted to paint was a top 100 planet containing a heaven illuminator. This was a taboo. If he were to succeed, the people drawn inside would probably kill him. Normally, the top 100 heaven illuminators wouldn't tolerate being reduced to the background. As expected, the Origin Beast platform was in chaos. People couldn't see anything and could only see the scene outside the altar. Boom! After Chu Feng concealed everyone's vision, he began to complete the picture scroll. A figure appeared on the back of the beast just now. It was a terrifying knight who tore through the starry skies. Following which, a star enveloped the knight and his mount, condensing the scene just now. Chu Feng splashed ink again. A woman was looking disdainfully at the sea of stars with a heavenly dagger axe in front of her, suppressing the heavens. Following which, she was also enveloped by a star and condensed the entire scene within. Boom! The sound of thunder came from outside the altar. The sky was clear and bright, and there were no dark clouds. Thunder had appeared out of nowhere. At this time, many people's hair stood on end. What did this mean? It made them feel uneasy. Chun Rong, Chi Yu, Ziluan, and Zhu Wuk's expressions all changed. Could this be caused by Chu Feng? If it really was because of this, what kind of world-shaking picture scroll would Chu Feng create? They all frowned because they really didn't want such a thing to happen. As time went on, thunder would appear from time to time and explode in the sky. However, strangely enough, it didn't descend in the end. Is it really caused by this fiend? Is his picture scroll so heaven-defying? No, look, the thunder is coming from somewhere far away from the altar. It's not necessarily caused by him. It's very likely that he disturbed the sacrificial ground. There's a taboo existence that illuminates the heavens that isn't satisfied. They were guessing, and a haze appeared in their hearts. On the altar, Chu Feng coughed up blood. He had sketched over a dozen stars in one breath. Some were as red as blood, some were purple, and some were as green as a sea of trees. All of them were brightly colored. The most important thing was that there were living beings on every star, and they were all suffused with a terrifying aura. Chu Feng's face was pale. Painting like this was simply using his life to write. He was using his vitality as the paper and his spiritual power as the paint. He was consuming his body and spirit. The consequences were too serious. Chu Feng's back exploded and a huge bloody hole appeared. Perhaps it was because he couldn't bear the pressure, or perhaps it was the wrath and punishment of the heavens, but he almost lost his life on the spot. He deeply understood why so many heaven-warping geniuses fell in this field of evolution. It was because they were too ambitious and wanted to sketch a peerless picture scroll, but in the end, they threw themselves in. Chu Feng was horrified when the thunder rang out. He sensed it, but the heavenly thunder didn't descend in the end. He knew the reason. The sacrificial ground was impervious to all evils, and the gods had to retreat. Even the thunder was obstructed and couldn't descend. That was because there were many brightly colored millstone-sized stars here. Even though this place had been abandoned, there was still an indescribable Tao, aura, and supreme laws that couldn't be destroyed. Chu Feng was worried. Would he be drowned in lightning when he left this area? Perhaps he would be able to escape after some time passed. However, he couldn't be distracted now. It was better to continue painting. His picture scroll was too heaven-defying. If he really succeeded, he believed that he was truly an invincible picture scroll. When he painted the 36th star, Chu Feng's body staggered, and his expression became increasingly miserable. That was a creature with a great golden sun contained within it. It illuminated the heavens, and its aura was too terrifying. Bang! In the following painting, a bloody hole exploded open in Chu Feng's chest. This was the price he had to pay. He had already suffered an intense oppression. This kind of picture scroll was too world-shocking, and he couldn't hold on much longer. He couldn't stand still and fell head first onto the altar. His life force was almost severed. This was taking his life. Only after a while did he recover and stand up again. His life force surged once more. Painting like this was truly using his life. His flesh and blood were the paper, and his spirit was the paint. If he was the slightest bit careless, his body and spirit would be ignited along with the picture scroll and completely incinerated. Chu Feng's gaze was cold. He wanted to create an invincible picture scroll, but he didn't want to end his own life because of it. He had read the various predecessors' letters that Lin Shi had given him and knew how to avoid them. The painting scroll of the carefree realm could be continuously perfected in this field and wasn't accomplished in one go. Who would dare to perfect an invincible painting scroll in one go? That would be courting death. However, Chu Feng felt that he could still hold on for a period of time and continue to paint. After several paintings, the number of stars increased. Next, the golden paper appeared and revolved around a creature. Then, Chu Feng covered him with a celestial body and stored him inside. Puffed. When this star appeared beside Chu Feng, he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Many parts of his body exploded and almost disintegrated. Bloody holes appeared in front and behind him, and even the space between his brows was bleeding. His expression was extremely unsightly. Only after a long time did he recover. He returned to the Yang world from the gates of hell with great difficulty. Next, Chu Feng continued to paint. After several stars, the primal chaos appeared and several green lotuses grew out of a pond. There was a person sitting cross-legged beside it. Boom! Chu Feng's body shook violently and was almost split in half. A terrifying wound extended from the space between his brows to his abdomen, and blood gushed out. At this time, Chu Feng had painted a total of 50 stars. However, his body was almost destroyed, and he almost died many times. If he continued, he would definitely die. The supreme energy body of the Buddhist race, the Zhang 6 golden body, was actually an invincible painting scroll. When it was created, it had lasted for many years and only needed to be perfected later on. Chu Feng sighed. He could only stop here and couldn't paint in detail anymore. He suddenly splashed ink and painted the remaining 50 stars in one go. However, he didn't render them in detail and only sketched out the general outline. They had all appeared. Chapter 481. Chu Feng was like a monster. The painting scroll had just been completed, but his body was almost destroyed. It was too miserable. His body was in tatters. His chest, back, and abdomen were riddled with bloody holes one after another. Some of the holes had already passed through, and if there were any more holes, he could be used as a sieve. It was terrifying to look at. There was also a wound between his eyebrows that extended all the way to his abdomen. It was somewhat terrifying, as if he was about to be cut open. Not to mention that it was deep enough to see bones. Even his intestines had almost spilled out. Chu Feng had never fought like this before. Even when he was being chased by the machine race and the Shilin clan, he wasn't so miserable. If it wasn't for the fact that his spine was straight and his gaze was like a torch, a person who was in tatters like him would be mistaken for a corpse no matter where he was thrown. Although his injuries were serious, his willpower was high. That was because he had succeeded in the first step. He felt the joy of a great harvest as he painted his own peerless chapter. Around him, there were 100 brightly colored stars. Some were dazzling golden, some were as red as blood, and some were as black as the abyss. All of them had a grand aura and contained living beings. Upon closer inspection, one would feel suffocated and tremble. If such a world-shocking painting scroll were to be exhibited, it would probably frighten a large number of people. These had already condensed into one with him and were part of each other. He had used his vitality as the paper and his spirit as the paint to paint such a majestic painting scroll. If he were to fight against an enemy, there was no doubt that the destructive power would be too terrifying. This was an invincible painting scroll. It's still a bit lacking, Chu Feng muttered to himself. Even though his injuries were serious, he still wanted to paint it again. Puffed. This was truly burning himself, igniting his vitality and using spirit paint to write. In a split second, densely packed stars appeared. The 100 strongest stars revolved around him and could absolutely suppress the world. But he didn't want to stop here. He left an open-ended suspense and painted the vast universe as a distant vision for the future. Of course, the main point was that he himself was condensed into this painting scroll and stood at the center. At this moment, Chu Feng really couldn't hold on any longer. He fell onto the altar, covered in blood and covered in wounds. He was on the verge of disintegration. He couldn't bear it anymore. Although it was only a vague outline in the end and wasn't drawn in detail, the mysterious backlash had already made him die. Oh no! Chu Feng felt that his blood was drying up, and his body couldn't control itself. Even his spirit was starting to stiffen. This was a sign that he was about to die. Did it mean that his painting of the invincible scroll had failed? He felt a sense of helplessness as he sank into a dead end. Chu Feng circulated his breathing technique and used his spirit to breathe. He didn't want his soul to freeze. If it stopped, then he would die. On the brink of extinction, Chu Feng thoroughly understood why the evolvers in this realm were more likely to die than geniuses. It was because all those who were confident wanted to walk even further, wanted to paint an exceptional picture scroll, wanted more, wanted to reach the end of this path. Therefore, 90% of the ambitious people died. This was simply like moths flying into a flame. The more talented a genius was, the more unwilling they were, and the more they wanted to reach the unparalleled realm and leap into the Permitha, painting in their hearts. In the end, they were simply courting death. Chu Feng was half awake and half dazed. His body was somewhat cold, and his spirit was also about to be extinguished. He was approaching the netherworld step by step and stepping into a land of death. In the end, Chu Feng seemed to have died. He didn't move at all, and even that spiritual flame could no longer be seen. It was a stretch of darkness. Only after a long time did he regain consciousness. Chu Feng felt as if he had experienced an epic. When he lost consciousness, he felt as if he had left the cage of his flesh and gone into reincarnation. It was truly an illusion. Space was dislocated, and time flowed like a song. It was as if he had awoken from a tomb after sleeping for many years. He still couldn't move. His body was very cold, no different from a corpse. However, his spirit was still recovering. At this moment, Chu Feng had comprehended something. The breathing technique had unveiled another mysterious corner. After entering the carefree realm and stepping into the dark land of death, he finally felt it. His body was dead, and his heart was extinguished. The breathing technique was still operating, allowing his muddled soul and flesh to maintain a mysterious rhythm as if a dead person was breathing. In the end, like a corpse, he struggled out of the ancient tomb and returned to the world. Although he hadn't been clear-headed at the time, this was the feeling he had now. Following which, his body began to heat up and was no longer cold. His spirit was like a great sun emitting golden light. It was different from before and was now blazing fervently. This was extremely similar to the ghost returning to the yang in folklore. So this is the breathing technique yellow cattle passed down to me. He didn't know the profound meaning behind it, but his current understanding had deepened greatly. He had broken through a layer of dense fog, and from now on, his power would increase explosively. This breathing technique was very ancient. It explained yin and yang, black and white, light and darkness. It started from an opposing point of view and then deepened and expanded. After the precipitation and baptism of time, it had proven its extraordinary nature. No wonder this breathing technique needs to be done once in the morning and once in the morning. It's not like the other breathing techniques where once a day is enough. Chu Feng suddenly understood, following which he was horrified to see something. His lustrous palms were growing dim and withered. Not only his hands, but his entire body was like this. As the breathing technique progressed, it was as if a great sun had appeared within his withered body. His body grew hotter and hotter as he truly returned to the human world. However, the price he had to pay was somewhat terrifying. Previously, although his body was full of injuries and was in tatters, it had always been lively, as if it were cast from glazed divine gold. But now, it was abnormally shriveled and no longer full. Inch by inch, it was as if a mountain full of vitality had turned into a desert in the blink of an eye. It lacked the aura of life. Chu Feng finally understood why Yao Yao had prepared 8 quasi-divine beast eggs for him. That thing contained a vast amount of life force and was a nourishing holy item. Now, he was incomparably thirsty and really needed them. Unfortunately, the remaining 5 eggs were at Mount Longhu in a folded space. He didn't dare bring them over at that time for fear of destroying them while crossing over. After all, they were divine eggs. After a long time, he recovered. The flames of his spirit throbbed. Although it had shrunk after going through some tempering, it was even purer. It was just that this body was in urgent need of replenishment. Even his long hair had withered like weeds after autumn. This was a classic case of internal consumption and serious losses. Chu Feng got up. The 100 stars around him were grand, brightly colored, and their auras were terrifying. The distant background of the cosmos was vast and unfathomable. This was written with his life, blood, and spirit. It had truly condensed into one with him. Even though his body was shriveled, Chu Feng could still feel the terrifying power of his own combat power. As long as he attacked, it would be difficult to conceal his terrifying power, even though his body was weak. He stood tall in the center of this exceptional and majestic picture scroll, and all the celestial bodies revolved around him. He had some thoughts about whether or not he should transcend the 100 stars. Now it seemed that he should forget about it for the time being. He couldn't act rashly in the short term. Just now, he was courting death. He needed to take things step by step. Chu Feng tested his power. He felt that his peerless picture scroll also contained an energy form. It was time to try it out. When he used it, his body swayed. He was indeed too weak, but after the energy form appeared, he froze in place all of a sudden and no longer staggered. He was speechless. Others had the green lotus, Bodhi leaf, Taishang banana, crossing the river on a reed, and so on. What was this for him? One millstone-sized stone after another. Upon closer inspection, they weren't millstone-sized at all. They were all round and plain like boulders. Chu Feng had a constipated look on his face as he froze here. When others attacked, it was really a deluge of heavenly flowers and falling petals in profusion. It was gorgeous and colorful, and all kinds of energy flowers set off the world auspicious and beautiful. But when it came to him, why was it so strange? He was disordered in the wind and completely dumbfounded. But very soon, he came to his senses. This was a miniature version of the top 100 stars. It had dimmed and returned to its true form, turning into large stones. Chu Feng opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. Then he stroked his chin and finally laughed dryly. This was really unusual. After a series of tests, he calmed down and was fairly confident. That was because he felt that using this thing to smash flowers and plants wasn't an ordinary kind of tyrannical and wild. It was somewhat bullying. When the time came, he reckoned that it would frighten a lot of people. Chu Feng directly calmed down and began to laugh mischievously. When his energy form appeared, he reckoned that everyone would be dumbfounded. Moreover, ordinary people wouldn't have thought that this was a top 100-star body. They would probably have eyes, but couldn't recognize a true venerable being. In the distance, the 4 dragon-locking pillars clanked as they were removed by Chu Feng and then put away into the spatial bottle. Chu Feng appeared and stood on the sacrificial altar, facing everyone. As soon as this esteemed appearance appeared, the group of people was immediately frightened. The enemies under the sacrificial altar were all indescribably astonished. Another person? No, that was Chu Feng. But how had he become so thin? He was almost all skin and bones, and his skin was dim and lusterless. His originally silky waist-length hair was now like withered weeds. He vainly tried to create a peerless picture scroll, but in the end he failed and almost died. What a great deficit! The pangolin saint child, Lai Shan, laughed, revealing his sharp, snow-white teeth. It was a little terrifying. Shenrong was pleasantly surprised. This thorn in her side was simply courting death. It was obvious that he had encountered a major problem while using his blood energy and spirit to paint his own picture scroll. He's very ambitious, but in the end he almost lost his life. She laughed happily because they had all walked this step and understood the inside story. At this level, who wouldn't want to leave their name in history while painting their own picture scroll? Who was willing to be ordinary and wanted to paint a peerless picture scroll? However, this was a giant trap that devoured the lives of many geniuses. The more ambitious one was, the easier it was to die early. On the Origin Beast platform, the group of people sighed. They felt that a major problem had occurred while Chu Feng was painting a peerless picture scroll with his blood energy and spirit. However, at this time, Chu Feng spoke to the outside world. Everyone, it's time to hunt. Whoever wants to place an order, hurry up. Ha! Zhu Wuk laughed loudly and said, he's done for. Earlier on, he said he would fight to the death with all of us, but in the end, he directly ran away and fled here. Now, he's playing the same old trick again. It's just to scare us, but he's actually preparing to break out of the encirclement. Red-haired chickadee, I guarantee I'll beat you until you're on your knees and sing conquered. Chu Feng was incomparably calm as he asked the people in the outside world, does anyone want to buy the wonderful sound of him displaying his voice? Yes, naturally, there's also a video for free. On the Origin Beast platform, many people were speechless. Was he really confident? Why did it feel like he was a dead duck with a dead mouth? That was because his current state was just as recorded in the books. There was an 80% chance that his painting would fail. Even if he did complete it, there might be all kinds of fatal flaws. His predecessors were too experienced and had long since summarized these symptoms. For a moment, many people on the Origin Beast platform sympathized with him. At first, they thought he was a rising star, but now, it seemed he was under too much pressure while surrounded by enemies. In the end, something had happened. At this time, even saints in the outer realms were paying close attention. Even existences like them couldn't see Chu Feng's confidence. They could only see that he was too weak to stand up to a gust of wind. This also proved that Chu Feng's majestic picture scroll was very successful. At this time, the ancestors of Lai Shan, Li Feng, Zhu Wuk, Yuan Feng, and the others were either quasi-saints or saints. They were all paying close attention to this matter in the starry skies. Some of them weren't far from Earth, while others were watching through the Origin Beast platform. During this period, the corners of some of the saints' mouths had already revealed cold smiles. In truth, they had made an error of judgment this time. Brother, it's fine if your state isn't good. Many people left comments on the Origin Beast platform. Chu Feng looked at the orders and found that they were all negative comments. I am already invincible under the heavens. The operation to hunt down the Divine Sun and Saintess has officially begun, he said directly. Afterwards, he took out the suppressed silver tortoise from the spatial bottle and refined it into a cup of true blood. It contained the divine substance of a quasi-divine beast. He drank it in one gulp, and a trace of redness appeared on his withered face. Then Chu Feng flew directly toward the altar. Ha, ha, you don't know the difference between life and death. I'll let you have a look at my southernly golden lotus divine flame energy form. I've long since prepared it for you. Come and die. Zhu Wuk laughed loudly. Silver Bodhi, every leaf is a scripture. In 1,000 turns, the silver splendor is like snow. One flower, one world. Yuan Kuan was like a glaring Vajra. He also let out a shout and displayed his energy form. Chen Rong sneered. Her expression was incomparably gloomy and cold. She used her most powerful technique as soon as she raised her hand. The scene of the peach blossom land appeared, and fallen petals were everywhere. At this moment, everyone attacked together to kill Chu Feng. Chapter 482. The majestic altar was like a majestic mountain. Chu Feng jumped down and pounced down. The wind whistled past his ears as he moved at an extremely fast speed. As for the area below, it was indeed splendid and colorful. All of them were dazzling energy bodies. There was no doubt that the area below was a dangerous place, but it was extremely beautiful and overflowing with colorful lights. It was dazzling and auspicious. Chu Feng didn't say anything further. He began to use his energy body in mid-air and revealed it to the world for the first time. For a moment, the rough stones the size of millstones tumbled down one after another. There was no harm without comparison. Golden lotuses appeared one after another in the southernly divine flames. A beautiful and resplendent rain of light fell in bursts. The silver Bodhi also blossomed amidst the tranquility. A divine aura assaulted one's face, and silver light filled the sky. Chu Feng was surrounded by flying large stones. They were dark and lusterless, but they were perfectly round like crudely polished spheres. Just like that, they tumbled down wildly. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him. Was this his energy body? It was too crude. A fresh and clean mudslide came roaring down just like that. They had never seen it before. It was too crude, not to mention the group of people on the Origin Beast platform was dumbfounded. Even the enemies were dumbfounded as they watched the sky full of rolling stone balls. They were speechless. Was this an earthquake? The stones on the altar were shaken off. How crude, but it's in line with the style of the savage lands. Saint Zilwan curled her lips with a look of disgust. Zhu Wuk bore the brunt of the attack because he was at the very front. He had already soared into the air and was ready to attack Chu Feng. He could see clearly that they were just broken stones. He revealed an evil grin and wanted nothing more than to slap Chu Feng to death. As he saw it, what kind of energy body could those millstone-sized stones be? They were too crude. True energy bodies were all related to things that contained runes. For instance, the energy body he was using now. One after another, golden lotuses were glowing and swaying with a rustling sound. Tens of thousands of rays of golden light gushed out and surged with auspicious splendor. There was even the southernly divine flame throbbing. This kind of atmosphere, this kind of Taoist rhyme, with just a glance, one could tell that it contained shocking energy, and it was enough to kill a group of experts. Indeed, it was common knowledge that lotuses were extraordinary plants. The various races liked to use it as a form of energy, such as the Buddhist race's supreme lotus throne, the Tao race's inaction Tao lotus, and so on. At this moment, Zhu Wuk was grinning maliciously. He used this magnificent golden lotus. Multicolored light overflowed, and auspicious colors filled the sky. He controlled the leaf fire and blasted towards Chu Feng. He was confident that he would be able to crush all of the stone balls in a single exchange and make them truly roll away. Boom! The two sides collided. On the Origin Beast platform, the group of people wanted to close their eyes. They couldn't bear to watch any longer. They had never heard of a stone containing logic runes. This really wasn't a good energy body. They sympathized with Chu Feng and felt sorry for him. They didn't want to see him meet a miserable end. However, the situation was not right. Everyone blinked hard, wanting to see more clearly. Zhu Wuk was retreating. What was going on? One could see that the cruel smile on Zhu Wuk's face had yet to fade. He was still maintaining it and hadn't had the time to change his expression, but he was already falling back. To be precise, he was flying horizontally. He wasn't calmly retreating, but was smashed flying. One millstone-sized rock after another came crashing down on him. It was too violent and didn't even pause for a moment. In just a breath's time, Zhu Wuk's face was bruised and swollen, and his battle clothes were in tatters. As for his energy body, that beautiful and resplendent golden lotus, it didn't obtain eternal life within the leaf fire. Instead, it was smashed into smithereens by the stone balls. There weren't many of those stone balls. This time, Chu Feng had only used a dozen or so. All of them were piled on Zhu Wuk, smashing him into a mess in the wind and causing him unbearable pain. God damn it, he really wanted to shout like this. Such a rough and seemingly worthless boulder was ridiculously hard. His golden lotuses that were wreathed in fiery light and divine light couldn't even shatter it. They couldn't even shake it. He felt somewhat miserable. One of his hands was twisted and clearly fractured. He had risked his life to block those wild stone balls just now. Bang! He let out a miserable cry after his chin was smashed because it had caved in and was definitely fractured. Puffed. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood along with two of his teeth. This was truly too miserable. Bang, bang, bang. Next, he was smashed by such large stone balls one after another and was piled on the ground. It was a tragic sight to behold. He felt that his chest was about to explode and that his bones were clearly broken. Crack! His shoulder blade was smashed, and then he felt a sharp pain in his forehead. This made him panic. If he hadn't evaded in time and was only grazed, his skull would most likely have been smashed open. He was rejoicing that these energy bodies hadn't exploded. Otherwise, he would be in an even more miserable state. His body would most likely be in tatters or even dead. Even so, he still couldn't bear it and was about to be smashed to death. It could be said that this was an extremely violent mess. He really couldn't bear it because this was something he had never experienced before. In the rear, the group of people were also dumbfounded. What was going on? Was Zhu Wuk acting? He was smashed by the rolling stones until his nose and mouth were bleeding and he couldn't withstand it. He was heroic and imposing when he rushed into the sky with scarlet multicolored light revolving around his body. But after being smashed down, he was like a ragged sack. The contrast was too great. Most importantly, Zhu Wuk was about to die. He was almost smashed to death. Swoosh! At the critical moment, Zhu Wuk used his life-saving secret art. His whole body lit up, and he actually teleported away. He disappeared from his original position and appeared several kilometers away in a dazzling red light. He was gasping for air. In reality, his chest had already caved in, even a bit leaking air. It was completely smashed. His head of bright red hair was even more messy, covered in blood, sticking together into strands. Blood flowed from his head. Was this still a valiant Saint Child? His appearance was too miserable as blood flowed out from his body. If he hadn't used the 9 sparrows' vermilion bird soars through the sky, he would probably have been smashed to pieces. Zhu Wuk's face was flushed red and his body was trembling. He was so angry that today was simply too miserable. He was almost killed by a pile of stones. The group of people on the Origin Beast platform was dumbfounded. Then, countless people let out odd cries. The matter wasn't over yet. Everything just now had happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. The battle was still going on at the altar. That was because the Diamond Ape lineage's Saint Child Yuan Kuan was behind Zhu Wuk. His fur was glowing with golden light, and he was about to deal a fatal blow to Chu Feng. He had originally rushed out with Zhu Wuk, but the latter was quite tyrannical just now. He had soared into the air and wanted to kill Chu Feng immediately. That was why he was one step ahead. Now, Chu Feng was waving a sky full of stone balls. After smashing Zhu Wuk, he piled them toward Yuan Kuan with a pitter-patter. The silver Bodhi was indeed extraordinary. It was a resplendent tree with silvery light lingering around it. It was extremely dazzling, and all of its leaves were dancing in the wind. They transformed into a silver gale and rushed toward Chufeng. But it was useless. The giant stone balls smashed madly. The leaves in the sky were tattered and scattered in all directions before exploding. Yuan Kuen's words were pleasing to the ears. Every leaf of the silver Bodhi was a scripture, but he hadn't reached this level and couldn't draw out this legendary peerless picture scroll. As for the scriptures, the silver splendor was like snow. The scripture leaves danced in the air, and each flower was a world. There was no need to even think about it. Not even the direct descendants of the Buddhist race among the top 10 races could draw it. As such, it was a tragedy for Yuan Kuen. He was smashed until he saw stars and blood gushed out of his 7 apertures. He was so angry that he was about to explode. Just like that, his face caved in and was smashed down. The fractures on his face almost made his eyes pop out, and the other parts of his body were even more miserable. With a rumble, not to mention the silver Bodhi leaves, even the silver white tree was smashed to pieces and thoroughly exploded. Yuan Kuen let out a muffled groan. His femur had been broken. This was simply a disgrace. His buttocks were in tatters and had been smashed open with blood splashing everywhere. As for his chest and back, they were exploding continuously with blood gushing out. There were many places with broken bones and torn tendons. It was as miserable as one could imagine. His entire body was about to be destroyed. Yuan Kuen let out a long howl, and the golden fur all over his body trembled. In the blink of an eye, the energy forms he had learned from the Buddhist race had disappeared, and the silver light was restrained. At the juncture of life and death, he roared. A diamond ape with overflowing evil intent appeared behind him. It was an energy form that charged at Chufeng and smashed away one boulder after another. This was the race's true form, the manifestation of the ancestors' true appearance. It was also a type of energy form. Having been forced to this step, he naturally had to go all out. Bang, bang, bang. Yuan Kuen's true strength was astonishing, but in terms of brute force, he surpassed Zhu Wuk. The race's true form, energy form, blasted away the boulders and cleared out of space. Chufeng was speechless. The saint child of the diamond ape race was truly. His race's energy form was so powerful, yet he had to play along and use the Buddhist race's silver Bodhi. Did he think it was aesthetically pleasing? However, he wasn't worried at all. If a dozen or so celestial bodies weren't enough, then he would just use another 10. In the blink of an eye, a total of over 20 boulders turned into a fresh flow of mud and rocks. They rolled down and piled Yuan Kuen underneath. This time, Yuan Kuen was in a miserable state. He let out a loud cry. Not to mention a bloody nose and swollen face. The skin on his face had almost been smashed away, and his bones were broken. With a pu sound, one of his arms was smashed off, and then one of his legs was also smashed apart. Yuan Kuen roared, erupting with a sphere of golden light. He used his life-saving trump card, wrapping around his severed arm and leg as he fled in panic. That was the race's true form, energy form. It spread out into a scroll and wrapped him up. He escaped from the battlefield and appeared several kilometers away, not far from Zhu Wuk. The two gasped for breath and then glanced at each other in dismay. It was as if they had seen a ghost. How could they have encountered such an encounter? It was so evil that it made one's hair stand on end. This was completely different from what they had expected. Had they run into evil spirits? Wolf howls rang out on the Origin Beast platform. God, what kind of energy form is this? It's too unrestrained and incomparably wild. Even the saint child of the diamond ape race, known for his tyrannical physique, couldn't stand it and was smashed until he pissed his pants. This is really violent. I like it. Damn, a new type of top-notch energy form has come into being. How terrifying. Zhu Wuk and that diamond ape were almost smashed to death. The Origin Beast platform was boiling as a group of people clamored to place orders. Below the altar, a panicked and miserable cry came from Chunrong. Just now, she was close to Zhu Wuk and Yuan Kuen and had attacked from behind. Rong originally had a cruel smile on her lips. She felt that she was about to succeed in hunting down Chu Feng, but what did she see? Fortunately, she was standing at the back. At the last moment, she decisively withdrew her attack and turned to flee. But Chu Feng hated the people of Penglai to the core. After seeing that she wanted to flee, he immediately piled up the stone balls in front of her, intending to bury her alive and shake her into meat paste. Rong took out her secret treasures one after another, but all of them were smashed and turned into scrap metal. Fortunately, the people she had brought were sufficiently loyal. They swarmed forward to save her. The bloody mist blossomed in this area. Chu Feng had smashed over 20 people from Penglai in one go, and there was no lack of elders with profound strength among them. As for Rong, she was still brushed by a large stone. Her nose bridge caved in on the spot, and her front teeth were all knocked out. She was in a fairly miserable state. With a bang, her right shoulder was also brushed by the stone. One of her arms exploded and blood sprayed everywhere. She let out a mournful scream and fell into the distance. In the end, she managed to escape back to the base camp of the Divine Sons and Saint Children. At this time, the group of people was scared and stood there in a daze. At this moment, Chu Feng, who wanted to display his heroic bearing, encountered a problem. He was originally driving the large stone balls, but now his body was too weak and he actually fell from the sky. "Damn your grandpa!" Chu Feng cursed. He had already assumed a proper posture and wanted to stand in the air with a heroic, imposing, and divine splendor. In the end, he fell. Bang! Chapter 483. Apart from the rising smoke and dust, the vicinity of the sacrificial altar was completely silent. Even his opponents were flabbergasted and stood there speechless. What was the meaning of this? Was he purposely falling down and waiting for people to rush over so that he could ambush and kill them? These people didn't dare act blindly without thinking. All of them were bewildered and their figures were frozen in place. The Origin Beast platform was indeed completely silent. There wasn't even the slightest sound. It was too quiet. The clamor, just a moment ago, had abruptly stopped. Everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at the scene. They felt that it was quite strange. Just a moment ago, many people were howling with envy. They said that Chu Feng had created a special and powerful energy form, and that he was outstanding and heroic. In the end, he had fallen down just like that, and smashed a human-shaped pit amidst a wave of praise. Finally, someone on the Origin Beast platform broke into laughter. They were rejoicing in other people's misfortune. The powerful Chu Feng had actually fallen at the critical moment. What's going on? Is he baiting the enemy, or is he really too weak? Could it be that his body is so withered that he can't fight for long? Someone was suspicious. There were also people who exclaimed, "This brother is too extraordinary. Not only can he smash people with stone balls, but he can also smash himself when he's powerful. This isn't something an ordinary person can do. Did you see that? He even smashed a human-shaped pit on the sacrificial ground." Someone chimed in and nodded seriously. "He's indeed powerful. He's a ruthless person. He can definitely smash himself at the critical moment." "You bunch of goddamn people." These were Chu Feng's heartfelt words. He coughed amidst the smoke and dust as he crawled out of the human-shaped pit. He cursed in his heart. This was too unfitting of the situation. He was supposed to look down on the enemies and display an imposing manner, but in the end, he had fallen into a pit. At this time, Yuan Feng, Rong, and Lai Shan immediately understood that he wasn't pretending just now. His constitution was indeed too weak, and he had fallen into the dust. Some people's eyes were filled with ominous glints. Just now was an excellent opportunity. If they had charged forward, they would have been able to easily kill Chu Feng. But they had missed it. Now that he stood up, even though he was skinny and looked very weak, he could still fight like a cornered beast. From their reactions, it could be seen that they were afraid of Chu Feng. That was because he was too savage just now. Large rocks filled the sky and stone balls surged forth, smashing Yuan Kun into a cripple and sending Zhu Wuk flying with broken bones and torn tendons. He was too violent and wild. It was just like those monsters in the isolated and desolate star fields. There was such a planet that rejected technological products and did not allow the coverage of the interstellar network. However, the individuals there were terrifyingly powerful. Even the descendants of the saints have been slaughtered by the barbarian gods that came out of that planet. At this moment, even though the divine princes and saintesses had a cold glint in their eyes and wanted nothing more than to kill Chu Feng immediately, they didn't dare to act recklessly. Some of them even wanted to retreat. At their level, their intuition was very accurate. They felt that Chu Feng was a little strange. If they continued to fight to the death, even if they could kill him, they would have to pay a huge price. But if they were to leave just like that, their reputation would fall once the news got out. It was too much of a failure to let him leave calmly after encircling and hunting the natives. In outer space, there were saints paying close attention. For instance, Junta and the 9 Sparrow wore gloomy expressions. A small native was actually stirring up waves again and again. Someone had violated the rules and directly sent a voice transmission in outer space, ordering the divine sons and saintesses to take action. Of course, the one who actually spoke up wasn't them, but the Tao child under them. Jun Tuo's Tao child held a snow-white conch in his hand. This was a secret treasure bestowed by the saint. He used it to transmit his voice, and his words resounded clearly in the pilgrimage grounds. He's currently strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. It's a good opportunity to get rid of him. After hearing these words, a cold glint appeared in Chu Feng's eyes. This wasn't the first time he had heard this voice. It had appeared when he was being chased by the machine race and the Shilin clan. It had continuously pointed out where he could escape to and left him with no way out. Now this Tao child had spoken up again. Moreover, he was interfering in this battle without the slightest scruple. Although Yao Yao and her uncles didn't have any formal agreements with these people, each of them had more or less tacitly agreed to some things. From then on, they no longer interfered. In reality, it was too difficult for the people from the outer realm to take action. But now, Jun Tuo's Tao child had appeared and insisted on interfering. This was clearly crossing the line. The saints' table manners were too unsightly. It was somewhat shameless to do this just to kill a junior. Of course, they still used some methods. Jun Tuo secretly took action and instantly shielded the Origin Beast platform's clairvoyance. They didn't catch the Tao child's interference. However, they let Chu Feng hear it and let him know that this was contempt. They wanted to tell him that so what if they trampled on the so-called balance? The effect was obvious. At first, some divine sons and saintesses were wavering. They wanted to withdraw from this secret realm first, and then kill Chu Feng after they had made sufficient preparations. But now, they all stayed behind to surround and kill the weakened Chu Feng. Junta, you old bastard. Chu Feng didn't care whether he was an ancient saint or a quasi-saint. He directly cursed and didn't care in the slightest. After that, he shouted at Yu Wenfeng, Lai Shan, Chi Yu, and Zilwan, stop. Then, without another word, he took out the silver tortoise from the spatial bottle. He quickly and decisively refined some ancestral blood with divinity. He poured it into his mouth and swallowed it to replenish his weak body. Moreover, he immediately took out energy flames and began to roast this hybrid star-core tortoise descendant, preparing to eat it. The silver tortoise cried out loudly. Although it was crippled and not far from death, being treated as food still made it restless and irritable. Jun Tuo, I'm roasting a tortoise. What can you do? Moreover, this is a rehearsal. I'll definitely roast you later. Chu Feng was throwing caution to the wind. Since the other party was shameless and was using his saint status to target him again and again, then there was no need for him to be polite. He slapped Jun Tuo's face in such a high-profile manner. On the Origin Beast platform, a group of people looked at each other in dismay. This was truly eating without saying a word. Ancient Saint Jun Tuo was too unlucky to provoke him. In outer space, near Jun Tuo's war chariot, the primal chaos was surging. There was a wave of anger in his heart. Couldn't he kill a little native, even if he wanted to? Jun Tuo's voice rang out from the depths of a certain famed mountain. He berated the Silver Tortoise's elder brother and said, "Silver Divine Son, your younger brother has been eaten. You really can keep your composure. Ancestor, I'll step out of the star passage and enter the main space of this planet to kill him." The Silver Divine Son kowtowed in the folded space as silver light erupted from his body. "Wait a moment. I'll bestow upon you a special armor. Go kill him when you can use it," Jun Tuo transmitted coldly. In front of the altar at the pilgrimage grounds, killing intent soared into the heavens. Lai Shan, Yu Wenfeng, Zhan He, and the others were closing in to kill Chu Feng. Even Shenrong was covering her mouth and venting her anger. She ordered people to rearrange the ancient domain artifacts and set them up here to deal the fatal blow. She couldn't even grit her teeth because her front teeth had been smashed and her nose was broken. At this moment, her expression was sinister. To a beautiful woman, this was simply an irreconcilable enmity. Zhu Wuk approached once again and said, "Kill him." "What stone energy body? It's just brute force." He was caught off guard for a moment. The time to hunt has come. Slaughter this native. He instigated everyone because he really didn't want Chu Feng to live. Today, the energy body displayed by the rebel in his eyes was too demonic. This made him feel extremely uneasy. He had an intuition that if he couldn't take advantage of the situation to kill Chu Feng today, it would be even more difficult in the future. Moreover, he was suspicious. Just what kind of evolutionary picture scroll did Chu Feng paint? Could it really be a peerless masterpiece from the starry skies? Although he didn't believe it, he was still somewhat apprehensive. The great Qi Prince Qi Yu's eyes were gloomy. He wanted to kill Chu Feng and, at the same time, express his goodwill to the saint of the Starcore turtle race. Kill him. He actually dares to be so insolent and humiliate the saint's descendant. Immediately slaughter this deranged native. The group of people closed in. They couldn't just watch him roast the silver turtle and eat it. How could they let him recover his spirit? Some secret treasures whistled through the air and shot over. Kill. Yuan Kuan also arrived and attacked together with the others. Chu Feng didn't say anything. He slapped the silver turtle to death for Jun Tuo to see and then threw it to the side. He dodged with a swoosh and didn't clash head-on with these people. In everyone's eyes, this was naturally a sign of his body's weakness, but this was indeed the truth. Chu Feng took out a purplish-red cinnabar fruit and put it into his mouth without the slightest hesitation. He was borrowing the divine medicine to heal his injuries. Although it was somewhat painful, he had no other choice. This was originally reserved for evolution, but now he had no choice but to eat it in advance. A red light rushed out from his body, and his withered body immediately gained a strand of vitality. At the same time, the black and white grinding stone in his body operated frantically to absorb the energy of this secret realm to replenish his needs. Chu Feng's expression changed. The main component of this cinnabar fruit was evolutionary material. It was extremely effective as a catalyst, but he didn't want to improve his constitution at the moment. Once he evolved slightly again, he would inevitably run out of blood energy. This simply left him speechless. Each evolution was extremely intense and would first consume internal energy before breaking out of the confinement. This was the reason why he would feel unbearable hunger every time. The cinnabar fruit could heal injuries and also promote evolution. If his body was strong and his vitality was dense, this would be a divine medicine. But now it was somewhat dangerous. He was the one who couldn't take nourishment. The most ideal situation was to eat the remaining 5 quasi-divine beast eggs and make his blood energy as vigorous as the seas. He would truly replenish his vitality and then eat the cinnabar fruit. He wouldn't have to fear anything then. The stronger he became, the stronger he would become. As such, Chu Feng was incomparably cautious after eating the cinnabar fruit. It was more suitable for him to eat a beast race saint child. Boom! He activated the 20 or so stone spheres to block all kinds of secret treasures and defend himself. Then he searched for a target and went all out. Ah, It seems he's really weak. According to his style, he would have been incomparably fierce if he still had the strength. Saintess Zi Luan smiled faintly and curled her lips. Using stones as an energy body is really vulgar. As expected of a native of a barbaric planet, he can't even be seen in public. After hearing these words, Chu Feng didn't say anything else and piled the 20 or so stone spheres toward her. Everyone, don't hold back. Destroy him. The great Qi prince shouted. He had already used his ultimate technique and blasted out with his fist. Waves of dragon roars rang out. Zhu Wuk, Chun Rong, Yuan Kuan, and the others all had cold expressions as they attacked with all their might. The 20 or so stone spheres were blasted away and couldn't reach him. Let's see how you survive. Zhu Wuk laughed sinisterly. At this time, he was relieved because this enemy wasn't as terrifying as he had imagined. He wasn't a match for him alone, but they would definitely be able to hunt him down if they joined forces. This was a trapped beast about to die. Ha ha. The saint's cold laughter came from the outer realm. That was because up until now, no one knew the exact details of Chu Feng's energy body. Moreover, they didn't know what kind of painting he was painting. Everyone thought that Chu Feng had already reached his limit by casting more than 20 coarse stone balls. Chu Feng's body seemed to be burning. The effects of the cinnabar fruit had taken effect, and his blood energy was also being consumed. His body immediately became increasingly withered. However, his combat strength was also increasing because it was indeed undergoing a gradual transformation. It was quite contradictory to be weak, but not nourished. At the same time, the little black grinding stone in his body was also operating frantically to draw in a vast amount of energy. However, what he lacked at the moment wasn't pure energy, but the true source of life. He needed something to replenish his vitality. This caused his strength to increase, but his body to become increasingly withered like a bamboo pole. A group of ants, I'll kill all of you, Chu Feng shouted. His blood energy was severely damaged, but his energy was still surging. Under such circumstances, he naturally wanted to end this battle quickly. Chu Feng activated 50 or so stone spheres in one go and piled them forward. There was nothing fancy about it, and he simply crushed the people within. Roar! At this time, some people let out inhuman cries. Yuan Kuan was in a miserable state. The lower half of his body had been beaten into a bloody mist. How is this possible? The great Qi prince cried out in alarm. Boom! Following which, a total of 64 stone spheres appeared. After smashing down on Yuan Kuan, they surged towards the great Qi prince and drowned him within. The rolling stone spheres filled the sky. The scene wasn't auspicious at all, but it was too practical. It was a complete suppression. Those flower energy bodies couldn't compare to the energy bodies formed from the 100 stars. The great Qi Prince Qi Yu's body exploded, leaving only his head flying out. It was obvious that he wouldn't be able to live for long. The last of his vitality was only left to bear witness to the terrifying events that would follow. Kill! The others were horrified. They couldn't stop at this time because they were afraid that Chu Feng would defeat them one by one. In the end, the number of stone spheres in front of Chu Feng increased to a total of 72. This made people feel like collapsing. This was too unrestrained. Just how many crude energy stone spheres could he control? At the same time, people were also wondering what kind of picture he had drawn. Boom! A shocking scene appeared. Although Chu Feng's body was too weak and he was staggering, the 72 stone spheres actually smashed the group of people flying. Uft! Chun Rong screamed. She was the weakest among the divine sons and saintesses. She was struck by one of the stone spheres below her waist and completely disappeared. She rolled away and howled in grief in a pool of blood. The pangolin saint child, Lai Shan, was smashed into a bloody mess when one of his hands transformed into a beast's claw. Ziluan, the arrogant bird race saintess who had always ridiculed Chu Feng as a barbarian, was now so shaken that her body had cracked and almost exploded. Brother, don't disfigure yourself. A complete saintess is worth more money. I'll buy it. I'll place an order. Someone on the Origin Beast platform was shouting anxiously. Chu Feng didn't care about these things. At present, he would kill if he could. A group of stone spheres rolled over and piled up in front of him. This caused the Saintess Z Luan to scream. She was fleeing, and all kinds of secret treasures were disintegrated and smashed. How hateful! We visualization realm experts severed our cultivation to cross over. In the end, we're in such a predicament. She was indignant. Bang! Her chin was almost shattered when a stone sphere brushed past her. She was sent flying, and her mouth was full of bloody foam. What a godlike performance. This brother is too unrestrained. The rolling stone spheres sent a group of divine sons and saintesses flying. Heavens, this kind of energy form is destined to shake the starry skies. I think it's very likely to be one of the best in recent years. Will he have a chance to charge into the dark horse list of energy forms? It's very likely. I won't doubt it, even if he breaks into the terrifying list drawn up by the 10 great planets one day. He's so wild, but his potential is obviously great. The Origin Beast platform was in an uproar. Meanwhile, Chu Feng felt that his body was full of energy, but it was growing weaker and weaker. His life source was declining. He rushed over and grabbed a vicious bird leg. Then he roasted it and replenished his vitality on the spot. Whose leg was that? On the Origin Beast platform, the group of people was dumbfounded. The battle just now had been very chaotic. All kinds of bloody mists had blossomed. Divine sons had retreated. Saintesses had been injured, and yet no one had dropped this leg. Ah! Everyone understood when Zhu Wuk cried out in anger. Too savage. Chu Feng's name will definitely shake the starry skies. He's fighting while eating Saint Child-level entities. The Origin Beast platform was in an uproar. I'm a bit looking forward to it. His energy form is so terrifying. Could the painting scroll he's painting really be a peerless work of art? Can it enter that terrifying list? Order. I want to place an order. Chapter 484. Below the altar, there were bloodstains and rubble strewn all over the place. There were all kinds of scales and feathers. Smoke and dust rose up from the intense and chaotic battle just now. Zhu Wuk was about to go crazy. One of his legs had been severed at the base. Scarlet blood glowed and gushed out with scarlet mist. The most hateful thing was what he had seen. Chu Feng had grabbed the Een Sparrow leg and was actually frenziedly barbecuing it. This was simply unbearable. He had seen this savage bastard eat his leg. How could he endure this? In the past, the Heavenly Knights had hunted for food on this planet. As a descendant of the quasi-sage 9 Een Sparrow, he had high hopes placed on him. How could he fall to such a state? Scarlet mist gushed out from Zhu Wuk's entire body. He was about to explode. This was the shame of his life. Chu Feng was barbecuing the bird leg and had burned off a large portion of the red feathers. He frowned because roasting it with its feathers intact was no different from eating raw meat and drinking blood. He got up and rushed to a nearby spring with the Een Sparrow leg. In the end, he staggered halfway and almost fell to the ground. The after effects of the eruption had appeared. He quickly skinned it and washed it. His movements were skillful and nimble. He then picked up the Een Sparrow leg and turned to run. People were puzzled. He was actually running away. Hurry up and kill him. He's an arrow at the end of its flight. His body can't hold on much longer. Zhu Wuk shouted. He leapt up and charged over. He wanted to kill Chu Feng even with one leg. Everyone came to their senses. They saw that Chu Feng was emaciated and had almost become a skeleton. His flesh and blood essence had been seriously lost, and there were signs of him running out of energy. At first, a group of people wanted to escape, but now they all stopped. Some of them turned back to kill. Chu Feng ignored them. He carried the 10-meter-long bird leg and rushed up the limestone steps of the altar. He didn't even look back as he ran. How hateful! People realized that they had missed a good opportunity just now. Chu Feng climbed up the majestic altar. It was relatively smooth because his evolutionary level had risen. Moreover, he had been using the jet black seal of domain suppression the entire time. After coming up, he just lay there and didn't want to move at all. Starcore turtle egg. Chu Feng really desired it. If he had the quasi-divine beast egg, he wouldn't have fallen to such a state. Right now, his internal energy consumption was too great, and he was already all skin and bones, extremely weak. Chu Feng, get the hell down here, Zhu Wuk shouted. His eyes were spitting fire. Even though he was almost beaten to death just now, he still stood at the forefront. It was because the dozen-meter-long leg on the altar was too conspicuous. It was going to be roasted right in front of him. This was simply driving him mad. I don't have time for you. Chu Feng gasped for breath and tried to sit up. After trying a few times, he laid down again. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper, and he seemed to lack vitality. Chu Feng sensed that his life essence was about to dry up, so he decided that it would be best not to move about recklessly. He needed to recover a bit first. He laid there and rubbed his hands together, releasing energy flames to roast this thick bird leg. This was a life-saving medicine that contained rich life force. Zhu Wuk's eyes were spewing fire, and the red flames around his body burned fiercely. He had never felt so sullen before. Whoever can kill him will be greatly rewarded. Chun Rong let out a heart-wrenching shriek from below the altar. She was also in a miserable state. Everything below her waist had been smashed into a bloody pulp, and her teeth and nose had long since been destroyed. Chun Rong's hair was disheveled as she mournfully howled, "I'm of the orthodox lineage of Peng Lai. How dare you treat me like this?" Chu Feng didn't pay attention to her. Seeing her hysterical appearance, he was completely mad with anger. The saint child of the pangolin race, Lai Shan, had a gloomy expression. His right hand had disappeared after being smashed by a stone ball. One had to know that this race's physique was special. They could cut through stone mountains and traverse ancient great peaks without any problems. But today they were almost killed by a pile of stone balls. Yuan Kuan's golden fur was covered in blood, and his eyes were somewhat empty. He was lying in a pool of blood and could no longer get up. At this time, some people were retreating after seeing Chu Feng run up the altar to roast the Een sparrow leg. They were worried that he would recover some of his strength before acting violently again, so they wanted to retreat. Yuan Feng, Zhan He, Bai Ling, and the others all wanted to leave this place first. On the altar, Chu Feng suddenly sat up and used all of his strength to suddenly throw out the 4 dragon-locking pillars to cut off the exit. He wanted to directly seal off the secret realm. He was already so weak, yet he still wanted to keep everyone here. Everyone's expressions changed. They felt that Chu Feng was full of wild nature. He was already a lamp without oil, yet he still dared to rudely cut off the path. He was truly conceited. At this moment, even Zhu Wuk, who had challenged him, had a bad feeling. The others, needless to say, were somewhat regretful. They shouldn't have pursued him just now and should have decisively retreated from this secret realm. Go, let's break out of the encirclement first. The group of people retreated and wanted to break the domain formed by the dragon-locking pillars. Even Chunrong was no longer hysterical. She had someone carry her into the distance and wanted nothing more than to escape immediately. You guys ambushed me here today. In a moment, we'll slowly settle this debt, Chu Feng said on the altar. The meat of the vicious bird's leg was glowing and emitting a rich fragrance. Chu Feng didn't waste any of it and began to wolf it down like a glutton. In a flash, he had eaten a small half of the leg. One had to know that this Een sparrow's leg was over 10 meters long. Chu Feng's entire body was glowing. All of the meat was refined without any waste. The vitality was absorbed, and the excessive energy rushed out of his body. This was also a kind of baptism. Even though he was all skin and bones, his pores were all opened up. Scarlet multicolored light washed over his entire body. An entire vicious bird's leg was turned into essence energy by him and swallowed like a whale. In the end, Chu Feng's face became a bit more rosy and his body swelled up slightly. This was too effective. Chu Feng reckoned that if he ate some more flesh rich in vitality, he would most likely be able to fill up his body. His eyes emitted green light as he stared at the bottom of the altar. Beside him, There was only a large bone left. The sparkling meat had been cleanly gnawed away. In the distance, Zhu Wuk, who was breaking through the domains, was so angry that his whole body was trembling and his hair stood on end. "Brother, you've returned to the mortal world. It seems you've survived a great calamity and managed to preserve your life. I've already placed an order for Saintus Ilwan. You mustn't cripple her." In the photon computer, a buyer repeatedly reminded him that he didn't want a Saintus missing an arm or a leg. "Brother Chu, I've also placed an order for Saintus Li Feng from a high-ranking planet. She's the cosmic supermodel Saintus with long legs you mentioned." Chu Feng glanced at the photon computer and said, "Wait until I'm full before we talk." "What?" The group was startled and then all stomped their feet. From what he said, he wanted to eat a big meal first. At that time, how many divine sons and Saintuses would be left? It was 2F** King Savage. "Brother, don't recklessly waste natural resources. You mustn't eat anymore. I'll mail you a bag of high-grade ingredients later. I guarantee you'll be full of energy. Don't eat Saintuses." The group of people dissuaded him one after another. They were quite frightened by his valiant style. "If you want to eat, then eat Zhu Wuk. He's already crippled anyway. Don't eat the others and keep them. I want that silver-haired Saintus by Ling, brother. You mustn't eat her." There was an uproar on the Origin Beast platform. Many people couldn't sit still anymore. They had never seen such a person who was ridiculously ferocious. Within moments, the name of the human demon Chu Feng had spread like wildfire. Chu Feng frowned and said unwillingly, "Fine, we'll decide based on the situation. I'll see if I should keep 1 or 2 Saintuses and then consider leaving behind 1 or 2 divine sons to pull the carriage." The group of people on the Origin Beast platform was quite stimulated. This native was too extravagant. He chose Saintuses first and even wanted to leave behind divine sons to pull the carriage for him. This kind of behavior left people speechless. The group of people was jealous and envious. That was because even though they were bidding for divine sons and Saintuses, they didn't dare make it public. How could they be as unbridled as Chu Feng? They reckoned that even those Tao children and most terrifying disciples on those rich and famous ancient planets wouldn't dare to be so ostentatious. I'm a little envious. The mountain is really high and the Emperor is far away. At the edge of the universe, on such a desolate planet, no one can control him. He can do whatever he wants. Even the saints can't descend. This makes me jealous. I want to be 500 years younger and run to that planet. Divine sons pulling the carriage and Saintuses as servants. Brother Chu, you're really an evil creature. But how about we make a deal? Allow me to step onto the star passages and cross over to follow you. When the time comes, you'll treat me well. How about it? In the secret realm, Zilwan, Yuan Feng, Li Feng, Lai Shan, and the others were all ashen, as divine sons and Saintuses of a race. How could they endure being treated like goods? Bang! This time, Chu Feng jumped down from the altar and nailed himself to the ground like a javelin. Soil and stones splashed everywhere as his eyes penetrated through the smoke and dust like lightning. He pressed forward. It could be seen that he had recovered quite a bit. His body was no longer as withered as before and had some luster to it. His flesh had swelled up slightly. There was a head on the ground along the way. Its eyes were full of hatred and were almost spitting fire. This was the great Qi Prince Qiyu. In a battle not long ago, Chu Feng had piled up his body with stone balls and caused it to explode. Only this head was left lingering on at death's door, but he wouldn't live for long. Bang! Chu Feng kicked him into the air. Then, he turned into a bloody mist with a puff. His life had been thoroughly ended. The reckoning had begun. He was on a killing spree. Roar! Yuan Kuan had long since transformed into his original form and was lying in a pool of blood. Because the lower half of his body had disappeared, it was difficult for him to move. Moreover, there was no one to take care of him now. He was a diamond ape. Now, he was glaring angrily and wanted to resist. Chu Feng didn't say anything. He stomped down from high up in the air, breaking all the bones in his body and paralyzing him. I'll keep this one for sale. Chu Feng announced his fate. In the distance, those people were attacking. They wanted to break through the dragon-locking pillars blockade and escape this area. But it was too late. Chu Feng had arrived. Let's go together. We can only fight to the death now. Yuan Feng shouted in a low voice. Descendant of the heavenly knights, right? Chu Feng said coldly. You rebel. Yuan Feng didn't compromise. His words were cold. They had once confronted each other on Mount Lu. Your ancestor is the heavenly knight Yuan Shinkong. I can't do anything to him now, so I'll take some interest from you to comfort the women, children, old and weak among the ancestors. Chu Feng hated the heavenly knights very much. It was as if he had personally experienced it on the moon. They didn't even let infants off. They pierced them with their spears and sent them flying. As for the 11 or 12-year-old youths, they were even more mercilessly beheaded with the butcher's knife. Their bloody cruelty made one's hair stand on end. Kill! Chu Feng rushed forward and struck with a fist. The heaven and earth shook. I'll kill you. Yuan Feng knew he couldn't be merciful, but he wouldn't lower his head. The cruelty and bloodthirstiness in his bones came from his ancestor. He was incomparably cold. He took out some secret treasures and wanted to fight to the death with Chu Feng. Unfortunately, he wanted to cross over in advance and severed his own cultivation. He was no match for him now. Chu Feng didn't want to waste time. Around his fist, millstone-sized stone balls rolled and moved forward to suppress him. Roar! Yuan Feng let out a long howl. Golden paper appeared around him. This was the picture scroll he had painted. Unfortunately, there were only 2 wordless heavenly books, and it wasn't enough to imitate. Bang, bang, bang. There, the golden paper exploded. The picture scroll he had condensed using his blood and chi and his spirit as the paint crumbled. The coarse stone balls smashed over violently and violently. Chu Feng rushed over and punched through Yuan Feng's body. His chest was exposed from front to back. He was frozen there and couldn't move at all. Following which, Yuan Feng exploded with a boom and turned into a mass of bloody mist. This place was absolutely silent. Brother, this is too wasteful. I wanted to buy a saint child in private, but you killed him just like that. Someone on the Origin Beast platform complained. This is not for sale. He must be killed. Chu Feng said. It's your turn, descendant of a heavenly knight. Chu Feng stared at Zhu Wuk, who was missing a leg. Unexpectedly, the incomparably powerful quasi-sage descendant who had previously shouted the fiercest was now scared. He actually lowered his head and begged Chu Feng to spare his life. This everyone was astonished. In outer space, the quasi-sage Ninine Sparrow was furious and felt humiliated. Sing a song of conquest, said Chu Feng. He had found a piece of music from before the post-civilization era. Zhu Wuk's face was flushed. He wanted to go all out, but he really didn't want to die. For a moment, he was frozen there. Chapter 485. Zhu Wuk stared at the conquer transmitted to him on his photon computer. He gradually trembled, and in the end, his expression completely changed. These lyrics, the more he read, the more apprehensive he became. Even the hand holding the photon computer was trembling. From these lyrics, he deduced that Chu Feng might, like men. Just like that, I was conquered by you. My love has already been buried. I finally understand what the two of you want. When he read up to this point, Zhu Wuk's face turned green. He had to sing this in front of Chu Feng. His hair stood on end. He was even more horrified than when he had just experienced a fierce battle of life and death. Chu Feng sensed the abnormality and turned to look at him, saying, "What's with that look? What do you mean?" Zhu Wuk's red hair draped over his shoulders. He was originally full of vigor, but now he was listless. He looked at Chu Feng's body with a pale face and incomparable fear. In order to live, Zhu Wuk was making a difficult choice. He didn't know why, but Chu Feng felt that the look in his eyes was too strange. He couldn't help but shiver, and on the contrary, he felt his hair stand on end. What do you mean? Chu Feng took 2 steps back. Damn it, why was there something wrong with the look in this captive's eyes? He felt a chill run down his spine as he took 2 steps back. Zhu Wuk looked at him for a while and then at the sky. His expression changed again and again. He was truly indignant. Finally, he secretly transmitted his voice, saying, "Chu Feng, I have a sister who is known as the flower of the Een Sparrow race. She is full of youth and has an elegant appearance. She is extremely charming." Chu Feng was baffled. He felt that it was inexplicable. What did this mean? Did he want to offer up his sister in exchange for his life? Following this, Zhu Wuk transmitted his voice again, saying, "Liking men is the most despicable and disgusting thing in the starry skies. Once you set foot on this path, you will be consigned to eternal damnation." After hearing this, Chu Feng was stunned for 3 seconds. He was dumbstruck and couldn't speak. Then, he flew into a rage. This was preposterous. Who dared to mock him like this? Fortunately, it was a telepathic transmission and wasn't transmitted into the starry skies. Otherwise, his infamy would spread far and wide. "Screw you." Chu Feng didn't say anything else and rushed up to unleash a massacre. He had no choice but to do this. These kinds of words gave him goosebumps, and he was a bit scared. His fine hairs all stood on end. If this secondary saint's descendant were to spout nonsense, his illustrious reputation would be completely ruined. Right now, he wanted to silence him and get rid of him as soon as possible. Zhu Wuk resisted with all his might. He had also thrown caution to the wind. If he really had to suffer such humiliation, he might as well just die. Boom! This time, Chu Feng targeted him alone. He sent out 50 stone balls in one go, piling them on top of him. In the end, he was shaken into a bloody mist, his body and soul destroyed. Even before his death, Zhu Wuk was filled with resentment. He wanted to curse, "You gay." However, he didn't have the chance to shout it out. He died with regret. Chu Feng let out a long sigh and was completely relieved. He glanced at Conquer in particular. It really made him shiver. It wasn't suitable for a man to sing. In outer space, the quasi-sage 9 Een Sparrow's expression was gloomy. He had been crippled last time and now asked for Hunchuo's help. He manifested his Dharma image in outer space and said to Chu Feng coldly, "You're just a little rebel. Even your ancestors were hunted down and slaughtered by us. You dare to humiliate my Een Sparrow race like this? I'll let you be insolent for now. Soon, I'll make sure you don't have a corpse left, just like those useless ancestors of yours." "Scram, you gay." Chu Feng opened his mouth and released the resentment in his heart onto the other party. The 9 Sparrow was baffled, but his face immediately turned dark and he berated sternly. This was too unlucky. He couldn't bear this kind of dirty water, so he retreated decisively. He didn't want to get entangled in such matters. On the Origin Beast platform, the group of people was speechless. There was no one else who would directly call a quasi-sage a gay. Within the secret realm, those people were retreating. They didn't help Zhu Wuk just now. No one was willing to be associated with the descendant of a heavenly knight in the face of a great disaster. That was because everyone knew that the heavenly knights were notorious and bloodthirsty back then. They had long since triggered Chu Feng's boundless killing intent. Chu Feng pressed forward alone, facing off against a group of enemies by himself. "Activate!" Chen Rong shouted in secret. Seeing Chu Feng step into an area, she immediately ordered people to attack. Several profound, magnetic weapons flew up, emitting black light and whistling over. These were weapons that could construct domains. Some broke through the earth, while others hacked out from the stone forest. It was very abrupt. Bang, bang, bang. Chu Feng's body glowed. After circulating his breathing technique, he slightly revealed a corner of the picture he had forged with his blood, energy, and spirit. It was a large rock. He did this intentionally. The star in the corner was dim like a meteorite, but it was enough to shake off all the profound magnetic weapons. Shenrong's face was deathly pale. She knew that if this attack failed, there would be no more chances. That was because Chu Feng still had the seal of domain suppression on him, and it hadn't passed its cooldown yet. Once he brought it out, the small killing field constructed by these profound magnetic weapons would be useless. In truth, Chu Feng didn't even need to use the seal of domain suppression. He had directly locked them in place with domains and then collected them one by one. The main reason was that he had used a corner of the picture he had just splashed to shake them off and disrupt their rhythm. The domains had already dispersed. Kill. At this moment, everyone knew they had no choice but to fight with their backs to the wall. It's you. Chu Feng opened his mouth and stared fixedly at Lai Shan. With a bang, this pangolin had encountered Chu Feng's special attention and was killed by the energy stone ball. Its corpse lay on the ground and revealed its true form. Its scales were bright and shiny, and its body was extremely large. Chu Feng was prepared to use this pangolin to replenish his vitality. Quick, stop him! Shen Rong screamed. Her expression changed drastically after seeing Chu Feng closing in. This time, Chu Feng didn't give her the chance and blasted out with a fist. Shen Rong cried out in terror, but she couldn't change anything. Her body was penetrated by the fist, and she disintegrated in midair, destroyed in both form and soul. As for those followers, Chu Feng crushed them all in his path. He used dozens of stone balls to pile them up and easily turned them into a bloody mist. Are you waiting for me to take action, or do you want to surrender without a fight? Asked Chu Feng. Li Feng was tall and slender, at least 180 centimeters tall. She had fair skin and a pretty face. The halberd in her hand had already been broken, and her towering chest was heaving up and down. There was blood at the corner of her mouth, and at this moment, she didn't say a single word. Zhan, he was a man from the crane race. He was already lying on the ground and couldn't move at all. He was the divine son Chu Feng had chosen and was prepared to pull his chariot. Bai Ling was a silver-haired woman and also a spirit monster. She belonged to the beast race that Chu Feng didn't recognize and was still in human form. Her mouth and nose were covered in blood, and she had suffered serious injuries. There was no need to talk about Ziluan. Although she was extraordinarily beautiful, her face was now devoid of blood. Her scalp went numb in the face of such a savage Demon King Chu. At this time, the Origin Beast platform was incomparably lively and chaotic. Chu Feng had single-handedly swept through these divine sons and saintesses. Now, victory was already set in stone. Seeing that none of them spoke, Chu Feng began to clean up the pangolin's saint child. He peeled off the scales, skinned, cleaned it, and then roasted it. Before long, he was gorging himself on it to recover his spirit. One could see that Chu Feng's complexion was becoming increasingly rosy. His withered body had regained some color and was swelling up. At the very least, his handsome appearance could be distinguished. At first, he was indeed a bit miserable. He was emaciated and almost didn't look like a human anymore. Even if he ate a Een sparrow's leg, he would only be able to quench his thirst a little. He was far from recovering. At this point, the outcome was even less suspenseful. As the blood energy in his body surged and his vitality recovered, he didn't need to worry about his body and spirit drying up. Chu Feng began to communicate with the buyers on the Origin Beast platform. He was prepared to sell the divine sons and let them bid for the saintesses. Brother, the order has been placed. Hurry up and close the deal. This old man has been anxiously waiting for you to confirm. The group of people was incomparably enthusiastic. Chu Feng's photon computer was flashing nonstop. He was comparing and looking at the sincerity of each party. Now, he wasn't that interested in energy forms because he had the top 100 celestial stone orb. He wanted other secret arts. Who has the divine feet? The world's end near at hand is fine too. Chu Feng directly reported the names of these two secret arts. The group of people was speechless. This appetite was too big. These were all rare and wonderful techniques that could be considered sect-guarding secret arts. Even they, who had great origins, didn't dare to be so wasteful. Brother, you're making things difficult for others. This isn't something that divine sons and saintesses can exchange for. One saintess for one secret manual. I think the price is fair. Chu Feng pointed at Bai Ling and said, Do you see this? This woman has a graceful figure, waist-length silver hair, snow-white skin, and a beautiful face. Isn't such a saintess worth a kind of speed technique? But we don't have such rare ancient books. For a moment, there was a clamor of voices. Everyone was saying that the price was too high. Chu Feng waved his hand and said, "Okay, if no one can pay, I'll accept Saintess by Ling from a high-ranking planet. She'll warm my bed tonight." On a certain planet in the depths of the universe, a middle-aged man's expression was cold. A beautiful middle-aged woman beside him turned pale and stood up. Given the secret manual and save Ling. After the battle, Chu Feng was very tired and didn't think too much about it. He still hadn't realized that the relatives and sex of the divine sons and saintesses were participating in the buyers. This group of people was frightened. It would be too terrifying if the saintesses of their race were to warm someone's bed. The entire orthodoxy would be shamed. How could they face others? This old man has the land divine movement technique. "Brother Chu, can you buy Saintess by Ling with this?" Someone inquired on the Origin Beast platform. It was an old man's voice. Of course, it was a fake voice. This was actually by Ling's father. Now, he was pinching his nose and making a reservation. "Old man, you're really old, but young at heart." "Yes, for the land divine movement technique, I'll reluctantly part with this treasure." "No, wait a moment. Is this the complete version of the land divine movement technique? What level can you cultivate it to?" Chu Feng was vigilant. Bai Ling's father gnashed his teeth. What kind of mess was this? He was trying to save his daughter, but in the end, he heard such words. It's enough for little friend to truly be free and unfettered in the carefree realm. The speed is astonishing. Bai Ling's father had no choice but to smile apologetically. He had a belly full of anger. "I'm not selling. My ambitions are lofty. How can a person who wants to become a king in the cosmos starry sea stop at the realm of freedom? I'll keep the white silk to warm my bed." Chu Feng refused flatly with a firm tone. A middle-aged woman immediately shouted, "I have the world's end near at hand. I'll buy Bai Ling." She was Bai Ling's mother. She was truly frightened. Her voice was somewhat hurried as she added, "This is a peerless secret art and one of the strongest chapters in the realm of speed. Although there's only one volume, it's enough to support your cultivation to a profound realm. You can look for more later because this isn't exclusive to one orthodoxy. As long as the price is right, you can always buy it." "Deal." Chu Feng nodded. He was exceptionally delighted. He had long since heard of the world's end near at hand. It was on par with the divine feat and realm crossing steps. Its reputation was simply too great. On a certain planet in the cosmos, Bai Ling's father flew into a rage. "Where can I find a secret art like the world's end near at hand? One of my grandfather's old friends has a volume. We should be able to exchange for it if we pay the right price," Bai Ling's mother said softly. At this time, the Origin Beast platform was in an uproar. Although the world's end near at hand wasn't a forbidden secret art unique to a certain holy land, it was still incomparably precious. Normally, few people would exchange for it, especially since a saintess wasn't enough to exchange for a volume of the world's end near at hand. This caused great waves. Many people were envious, but they all gave up because they had no way to compete. Bai Ling's face turned deathly pale after hearing that she had been successfully auctioned. She almost fell to the ground. Only heaven knew what kind of person the bidder was on the other side of the starry sky. Chu Feng made his move without the slightest trace of politeness. He sealed her and threw her into the spatial bottle. What a pity. This silver-haired beauty is going to be sold. I originally wanted to keep her for myself. Chu Feng shook his head and said, "But at least there are two saintesses." "Yes, if no one is willing to offer a secret art of the same level, then I won't pass on this responsibility and will keep her for myself." With the divine son John, he pulling the carriage. Naturally, there must be a saintess to make the bed and add fragrance to the red sleeves. At this point, he looked toward the Cosmos supermodel Saintess Li Feng and the previously arrogant Saintess Yi Luan, who had repeatedly ridiculed Chu Feng as a barbarian. Chapter 486. Duke Changlin. Saintesses are being auctioned on the Origin Beast platform. Among them is the Saintess of the Gentle Wind planet, Li Feng. She's the descendant of a Saintess. In the universe, In a duke's mansion on a certain life planet, a servant came to report to him, trying to please him. That's the fighting platform? Duke Chonglin's words weren't kind. That was because he had been beaten to his knees and admitted defeat when he was young. It was a stain on his life and a great humiliation. He hadn't logged in for the past several hundred years. The servant didn't know about these old matters. He was beaming with joy as he introduced the events happening on a desolate planet at the edge of the cosmos. Many divine sons and saintesses had been captured and were being auctioned off. At first, Duke Chonglin was quite angry, but he calmed down in the end. That saintess had once suppressed my ancestor. Now, her descendant has become a prisoner and a saintess of that orthodoxy. Oh, interesting. I'll go bid. In another galaxy, there was a source of life. On this powerful and glorious planet, there was an evolutionary academy famous throughout the starry skies, the Immemorial Temple. It was one of the most famous academies in the entire cosmos. It was simply too famous because it had a Heaven Illuminator level expert backing it. The Immemorial Temple was located in a part of the starry skies. Many geniuses from nearby vital planets would come here to further their studies. Even some holy lands and imperial courts would send their outstanding disciples here for exchange and learning. There was no lack of divine sons, saintesses, and princes among those studying here. Their origins were extraordinary, and they were all famous geniuses on their respective planets. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the qualifications to further their studies at the Immemorial Temple. This famous evolutionary academy in the cosmos wasn't peaceful today. Many people were paying close attention to the Origin Beast platform. Some students were envious, and their eyes were burning with hatred. There were also many students who were staring at the photon computer, grinding their teeth and clenching their fists. Among them, the Immemorial Temple was a quiet place. There were clouds and rosy clouds and dense, immortal chi. There was an incomparably dense fragrance of divine medicines wafting from the surface of the lake and mountain rocks. This was a place of seclusion where only the most powerful students had the qualifications to enter. There, they could evolve and comprehend the notes of the predecessors. A large group of students were waiting here, waiting for some important figures to come out of seclusion. The people in seclusion were all senior brothers and sisters with divine rings. Of course, there were also exceptionally stunning junior brothers and sisters. Finally, a few people came out of seclusion one after another. The commotion was quite great. Some regions had scarlet multicolored light rushing into the heavens. Some regions had purple energy surging for several tens of miles. There was also white mist curling about the immortal mountains, dragon cries and phoenix cries. Tao children, goddesses, senior brothers and sisters, you've finally come out of seclusion. Something big has happened. Someone quickly reported. The reason why these people came out of isolation was because someone sounded the Tao bell, calling some people to wake up earlier and leave this region. What is it? A man covered in purple energy that covered the entire mountain region walked over. His purple hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were like lightning. However, his body was a bit indistinct within a mist. Senior Zi Xiao, your sister Saint Zi Luan has been captured now. The person who reported didn't dare to say more. She's the most mischievous one, never willing to work hard. In terms of strength, how could she be qualified to be called a saintess? I remember that before I went into seclusion, she made a ruckus in the clan, saying that she wanted to go explore some savage planet, but was stopped by her family. How is she now? Isn't she at home? What trouble has she caused? Who has captured her? Zi Xiao asked. He didn't really care. With his family's strength and his reputation, most people would let his sister go immediately after capturing her. She might be auctioned off. Someone braced himself and informed him. What? Zi Xiao was shocked. He simply couldn't believe his ears. Very soon, the group of Tao children and goddesses who had just come out of seclusion learned of the situation and quickly logged onto the Origin Beast platform. This kind of thing was happening in many galaxies. Those who didn't pay attention at first were also informed by the people around them and quickly logged in. It could be said that the Origin Beast platform was the biggest winner today. Chu Feng's auction of divine sons and saintesses couldn't even compare to their harvest. There were countless users, and it was too active. Ah, that really is my sister. Thief, how dare you? After logging in, Zishao couldn't stand it even with his self-restraint. He really wanted to kill someone because his sister was being sold. The most hateful thing was that there were countless people haggling over the price. In another galaxy, Duke Chonglin revealed an odd expression and said, "Oh, this Li Feng is indeed outstanding. It's rare to see such a tall figure. She really inherited the saintess's genes and is very similar to her when she was young. Let's bid." Mount Tai in the secret realm. Chu Feng's complexion was much rosier. His original appearance had returned. After eating the pangolin saint child, he had replenished his blood, qi, and life source. He was no longer as weak as before. However, his mouth was dry. No matter how much he tried to promote the remaining divine sons and saintesses, no one was willing to exchange a secret book like the world's in near at hand. On the Origin Beast platform, a group of wily old foxes were shouting for a lower price, saying that his price was unreasonable. "Brother, you're too black-hearted. The things you want can be passed on as secret tomes for certain orthodoxies. It's fine if you want the world's in near at hand, but now you want a peerless combat skill. This is an unequal exchange. There's no way to achieve your intentions." The world's in near at hand was known as one of the peerless chapters in the field of speed. Fortunately, this was only one volume. Even though it was very sensational, it wasn't enough to overturn the heavens. But now, when Chu Feng was selling Li Feng and Ji Luan, he actually wanted a peerless combat skill. Who would agree? A peerless chapter could only be discovered and not sought. Moreover, a secret skill in the field of combat was even more precious. Didn't evolvers rely on these techniques to support their strength? An incomplete volume is fine too. Chu Feng settled for the next best thing. "I really don't have one. Brother, if this kind of technique were to spread, it would bring about the extermination of an entire race. Which peerless expert would tolerate their own secret technique being leaked? Brother Chu Feng, if you can really obtain the first volume of the world's in near hand, you should quickly go and offer incense to the gods. A secret technique of this level is definitely a great fortune. But every day, without a deal, there will be variables. You might not necessarily be able to obtain it." Chu Feng's expression was uncertain. He naturally knew that no one was a fool under the lion's demand. No one was willing to pay too high a price. And he was only giving it a try. What if there was an old fellow who was young at heart and was willing to bid for the divine sons and saintesses to put on a show? Unfortunately, he was disappointed. "How about this? This time, I'll sell more than one saintess. Now, I'll sell Li Feng and Ziluan together. Whoever has a top-notch battle technique will exchange one secret manual for two saintesses from high-level planets." Chu Feng clenched his teeth. In his own words, he would vomit blood to give them away, but now he was selling them together. Beside him, the Saintess Ziluan was extremely aggrieved. This proud girl was both angry and afraid, but she didn't dare to resist or say much for fear that Chu Feng would eat her up. Li Feng's chest was also heaving up and down. Her breathing was becoming more and more hurried. She really wanted to go all out, but she really didn't want to die. Those who had just fought fiercely with Chu Feng had either died without a corpse or been roasted and eaten. Little brother, the peerless masterpieces all have their own orthodoxies and origins. Under normal circumstances, it's very difficult to trade. At this time, Duke Chonglin spoke. He was about to make a move and continued. But there are other ways. There's a theory among them that emphasizes that the most suitable is the strongest and encourages one to create their own techniques. Yes, I have this kind of evolutionary theory here. It has already become a school of thought. As long as you have a decent breathing technique, you can actually evolve some decent battle techniques. Add to that the creation and perfection, it should be extremely good. Chu Feng's heart was moved after hearing these words. He had grasped an ultimate breathing technique. Perhaps he could evolve a world-shaking battle technique. However, he didn't dare reveal an odd expression. Instead, he said, "Then can I ask old sir to sell me a top-notch breathing technique in passing?" Du Chonglin opened his mouth but couldn't communicate. The others on the Origin Beast platform were also speechless. What was a breathing technique? Grasping it would allow one to possess everything. This kind of ancient book was more precious than anything else. It was the foundation of a sect. The reason why the top 10 planets had existed for so long and had never fallen was because they possessed an ultimate breathing technique. That was a supreme scripture. In many people's eyes, Chu Feng was a native of a savage planet. He really didn't know anything. Who would sell a breathing technique if he didn't understand such common sense? That was equivalent to selling the foundation of an orthodoxy. Chu Feng said, "Since that's the case, old sir, please use the theoretical book you mentioned to exchange. I want to see if I can walk on the path of technique creation. But I can't trade for 2 sanuses. One is enough. I also have such a book. My granduncle once studied the system of this school. Someone made a bid and said it was a secret inheritance. I have a personal letter from a famous elder on this theory. I also have many ancient books. But little friend, you need to exchange it with 2 sanuses. One isn't enough." When Chu Feng heard this, he cursed silently. Why was it that the bidders were all old geezers, and each and every one of them was so greedy? He shook his head and said, "Unless it's a peerless battle technique or a top-notch breathing technique, it's impossible to buy 2 sanuses." In the immemorial temple, a group of young Tao children and goddesses who had just come out of seclusion looked as if they had seen a ghost. As for Zishao, he was furious. He slapped out with his palm and evaporated the lake beside him. Purple chi rushed into the sky from his whole body. Someone really dared to sell his sister. Moreover, the situation was so critical. We must save little sister Zilwan. She's so young and lovely. How could she be blasphemed like this? Who here is willing to kill the demon? Let's set out together and set foot on that savage planet. Many people shouted. Firstly, they couldn't bear to see Zilwan fall into the demon's hands. Secondly, they wanted to express their goodwill to Zishao. However, something even more shocking happened that made everyone's jaws drop. Chu Feng had asked the 2 sanuses to display their talents. Everything was to sell them for a better price and exchange them for rare secret books. He stared at Li Feng. This was a supermodel-level saintess. Her figure was indescribable. At this time, Li Feng was furious. This demon king was actually forcing her to dance. Everything was just to show off her slender figure. As for you, you're called Zilwan. Your body is also a vicious bird. Then sing a song. Yes, sing I'm a little bird. Zilwan wanted to curse after hearing this. As a direct descendant of her race, she had a high status even though she didn't put much effort into cultivation. That was because she had a genius brother. You dare not sing? Chu Feng cast a sidelong glance at her. Zilwan's hair stood on end because she would never forget that Zhu Wuk was killed because he didn't sing Conquer. The person before her was too cruel. She thought of the Een Sparrow race's saint child and shivered on the spot. She braced herself and nodded, preparing to sing. If Chu Feng knew what she was thinking, he would definitely curse. To hell with Conquer. That was killing people to keep them quiet. Zhu Wuk couldn't sing even if he wanted to. He wouldn't let him. I'm a little bird. I want to fly, but I can't fly high. Zilwan sang. Her voice was melodious and ethereal. It was unexpectedly pleasant to listen to. However, she was incomparably wronged. She couldn't act tsundere anymore and didn't dare to ridicule Chu Feng for being a savage native. She could only sing unwillingly. The effect was wonderful. The number of people bidding increased sharply. Chapter 487. Zishao wanted nothing more than to rush over and slap that native to death. How could he endure making his sister, a saintess of a high-ranking planet, sing, I'm a little bird? His face was burning hot. Their race was a descendant of a certain divine bird, but in the end, I'm a little bird had been sung so melodiously, producing an ethereal song. The group of people in the surroundings wore odd expressions. That native was truly too good at stirring up trouble. He could even do this. They looked at Zi Xiao with incomparable sympathy. I'm going to kill him, Zi Xiao shouted. However, the others on the Origin Beast platform seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. All of them were shouting and bidding with all their might. They wanted to buy the Saintess Zi Luan with her explosive voice. I'm willing to take out 4 of those theoretical classics and 3 handwritten books. I have 5 out-of-print classics and 4 handwritten books. A majestic voice roared. At the immemorial temple, Zi Xiao was so shocked that his hair stood on end. Who were these people? They were either old men or extremely wild men. Would his sister be any good if she fell into their hands? At this time, he was so frightened that he couldn't care less about cursing Chu Feng. He didn't dare to say he would kill him either. Instead, he began to bid directly. I'll buy her. I have a true secret cannon. It's not something you can find on the market. It's incomparably precious, Zi Xiao shouted. The group of geniuses really pitied him. Just now, he was still angry and murderous, but now he had joined the bidding army and was forced to participate. It was truly pitiful. That damn Chu Feng is too despicable to force Senior into this situation. A genius girl sympathized with him. Sister Zi Luan is blessed by the heavens. She'll definitely be fine. I'll save her. There were also many male students who were filled with righteous indignation. They wanted to act immediately and save the damsel in distress. They couldn't bear to see a saintess fall into the hands of a demon. However, reality was cruel. The people on the Origin Beast platform were bidding fiercely. It was useless for them to talk tough in the immemorial temple. Apart from the secret canon, I also have a book on energy forms. Humph, I don't believe in heresy. After escaping from the universe's black prison, I just happened to do a few big things. I have many good things on hand. I can't compete with you old things. I'll raise the price again. A new round of bidding frenzy began. Zi Zhao's face turned green. There were really no good people here. They were either old men or villains who had escaped from prison. He felt his blood run cold. He could not imagine what would happen to his sister if she fell into the hands of this group of people. Then, he directly quoted a high price and became the first to raise the price. In the end, Zi Xiao carved out a bloody path and ran neck to neck with an old man. They both led the way and looked down on everyone else. However, he couldn't defeat this old man in the end. In the end, his eyes were red, and he wanted nothing more than to charge over and slap that old thing to death. In reality, on a planet called Purple Mist, an elder's face was also overcast, his eyes scarlet red, about to kill. There were a few people around him. One of them was a middle-aged woman with tears in her eyes. No matter what, we must save Luan at all costs. The old man nodded. Then he turned to the Origin Beast platform and said fiercely, "That brat is quite tenacious. He has his eyes on my Luan. Damn it, he deserves to die." In the immemorial temple, Zi Xiao was also fiercely saying, "Old man, how dare you set your eyes on my sister? Don't let me catch you. You have no respect for your age. You deserve to die." If he knew that it was his father who was bidding, he would have been struck by lightning. Now, it was a battle between father and son. I have the personal notes of the founder of that theory and all the important books of this school. In addition, I also have a treasured book on the analysis of energy forms. In the end, Zi Xiao roared. Then, the old man also became fierce. He raised the price even more fiercely, as if he was determined to win. Zi Xiao couldn't hold on any longer. At this time, he calmed down a bit. He thought of asking for help from his family and immediately contacted his clansmen. "Father, something big has happened. My sister has encountered a great calamity." Zi Xiao panted heavily as he reported the situation to his family. "Child, weren't you in seclusion? Why did you come out?" His mother shouted from the other side. She knew he was in seclusion, so she didn't disturb him. "Mother, father, I was bidding to save my sister, but I met an old man, and I fought with him until blood flowed like a river. That ** star's eyes were bloodshot, and he wanted to fight me to the death. I really can't take it anymore. Please help me with the money." Xiao said in one breath. Then he felt extremely strange because it was too quiet on the other side. It was so deathly silent that one could hear a pin drop. Then he heard the sound of intense and heavy breathing. It was so thick that it gradually sounded like thunder. Then a loud shout was heard. It was his father's voice. "Unfilial son, evil creature, it turns out that you're the one bidding against me." This was like a clap of thunder that rang in Xiao's ears. It almost pierced through his eardrums and made his head ring. Xiao was dumbfounded and completely petrified. He was so shocked that he was tongue-tied and couldn't say anything. In the surroundings, the group of geniuses from the immemorial temple, as well as the Tao children and goddesses with great backgrounds, were all dumbfounded. This was like a flood rushing against the temple of the Dragon King. At this moment, what else could these people say? They could only sympathize with Xiao and feel that it was too tragic for him to actually compete with his father. The main thing was that everyone would bid anonymously for this kind of thing. They didn't dare to reveal their true identities because it was disgraceful. In addition, his clansmen knew that Xiao was in seclusion, so they didn't think too much about it. Meanwhile, Xiao was hurriedly called out of seclusion. His eyes immediately turned red, and he couldn't care about anything else. "Unfilial son, you've really become capable, haven't you?" On the other side, the old man roared. He was flustered and exasperated. After all, it turned out that it was his own son who was competing with him. The old man almost spat out blood. He felt so angry that his vision turned black, and he almost fainted. One had to know that the two of them were the vanguard in the bidding and had finally fought to the top of the Forbidden City. Now that he thought about it, it was all blood and tears to say that his own people had harmed his own people. The Art of Combat, the treasured tome that analyzed the principles of energy forms, the founder's notes, the complete theoretical classics, and several secret techniques. Which one of them wasn't worth a fortune? Mount Tai, within the secret realm. Chu Feng was quite satisfied. He was smiling like a flower bud and couldn't close his mouth. He felt that this business was really great. However, he suddenly realized that someone had withdrawn the order and directly backed out. Then, the other person desperately tried to lower the price and didn't make the deal according to the previous conditions. Chu Feng was furious and said, "How dare you collude in private to lower the price? No way. I'm not selling this Ziyuan saint. I'll keep her to warm my bed." Xiao and his father were dumbfounded. Their faces turned green. This native was really straightforward and ruthless. He wanted to harm Ziyuan just by lowering the price a little. They were anxious, angry, and furious. "Sing." Chu Feng signaled Ziyuan to continue singing. "I'm a little bird. I want to fly and fly." Ziyuan's voice was really good. Her voice was melodious and pleasant to listen to. In the distance, the father and son were simply about to spit out blood. Now, they both wanted to kill someone. In the end, Xiao accepted his father's instructions. He gritted his teeth and raised the price to the original standard. He and his old man wanted to be unyielding, but the native was too ruthless and wanted to touch his sister. Xiao had no choice but to lower his head and spit out blood to agree to that outrageous and humiliating price. There was nothing worse than this. "Are you sure you can take it out?" Chu Feng asked. "I'm sure." Xiao gritted his teeth and nodded. "Very good deal." Chu Feng was very satisfied, and his smile became more and more like a flower. "I'm a little bird." Ziyuan was still singing and didn't dare to stop. Next, Chu Feng continued to sell the Saint Children. He also sold the dying diamond ape Saint Child Yuan Kuan, whose bones were all broken. He was in a hurry. "All right, the auction ends here," Chu Feng said. He let the successful bidders prepare the secret books. The transaction would be completed soon at Mount Longhu. "Hey, I say, brother, you still have a divine son and a saintess. Continue to sell." Some people were anxious and stared at Li Feng and Zhanhe. "You can't give me what I want, so naturally I won't sell. Keep them for yourselves. One will pull the chariot and the other will add fragrance to your sleeves." Chu Feng really did find a chariot here. It was brought over by one of the divine sons and saintesses. Chu Feng urged Jean he to pull the chariot or else he would slap him to death. Jean, he was indignant, but in the end, he lowered his arrogant head in order to survive. Just like that, Chu Feng sat on the chariot with Li Feng and Zi Luan standing on either side like maids. At this time, Saint Zi Luan was still singing. Her voice was sweet and pleasant. Chu Feng didn't feel any psychological burden or sympathy because these people had come to kill him. If he were to lose, his fate would be even more miserable. All right, let's change to a song. Let's sing how lonely it is to be invincible. Chu Feng said. F***CK. This fellow is really... The group of people on the Origin Beast platform stared blankly. This brat is too pretentious. Isn't he afraid of being struck by lightning? There was a clamor on the Origin Beast platform. That was because this style was ridiculously fierce. Now, it was really a divine son pulling the chariot with two Sanuses standing at his side. Moreover, one of them was singing obediently. Even if it was a Tao child from one of the 10 great planets, would he dare to be so high-profile? People were seriously doubtful. Ziluan felt wronged as she sang how lonely it is to be invincible. She was on the verge of tears and forcefully made this song mournful and sorrowful. When Chu Feng heard this, he felt like he was the villain of the story. He was becoming more and more like a demon king. Experts sigh at being invincible. Who can compete with me? Life is truly as lonely as snow. Chu Feng stood on the chariot with his hands behind his back. At this time, he had already walked out of the secret realm with the chariot. He stood on the peak of Mount Tai and looked down at the world. It could be said that he was looking down on all the mountains. Boom! Suddenly, a blazing beam of light blasted his body and the chariot exploded. He had just left the secret realm and had just arrived outside when he encountered such an earth-shattering change. Chu Feng flew out with pain all over his body. Damn, I've been struck by lightning. Boom! Next, a nest of lightning descended. There were more than 10 bolts, and all of them struck his body. He was drenched in blood, and his hair was disheveled as he was sent flying. Meanwhile, the chariot had long since exploded. Damn your grandpa! Chu Feng cursed. In a split second, he understood the situation. When he was painting his invincible scroll, there had been the rumbling of thunder. But in the end, it had subsided because even the lightning couldn't approach the sacrificial ground. Now that Chu Feng had come out, the lightning had come knocking on his door. Chapter 488. The group on the Origin Beast platform saw Chu Feng struck by lightning. All of them were excited as though they had been injected with chicken blood and kept on crying out. Chu Feng had long since put away his photon computer. Otherwise, he would have been infuriated to see this scene. However, he could guess the reaction of that group of people with just a little thought. Chu Feng was resentful. He had lost so much face and was simply too unlucky. Just now, he had his hands behind his back, saying who was his enemy and that life was as lonely as snow. In the end, he had been struck by lightning. As expected, one couldn't be too complacent in life, let alone pretend to be profound. Chu Feng felt that the bolt of lightning had almost marked him as a negative example. Quick look, he's really been struck by lightning. On the Origin Beast platform, not to mention sympathy, the group was simply overjoyed. They were abnormally excited as they called out to their friends to watch the scene. Judging from the trend, it seemed like a celebration. I knew he would be struck by lightning like this. What do you think? My words came true in an instant. The divine sons are pulling the chariot, and the Sanuses are standing on both sides. It's so ostentatious that it makes one's hair stand on end. He was just standing on the chariot looking down on the world when a bolt of heavenly lightning fell, and smoke rose from his body. The group was in high spirits and danced in joy. They were as excited and enthusiastic as they could be. They were all very happy to see Chu Feng in such a miserable state. People sympathized with him when he was weak, but now that he had brutally swept through the divine sons and Sanuses, they were actually looking forward to seeing him suffer. They felt that it was a wonderful thing to see him suffer. Grandpa, Not long ago, this big brother said life is as lonely as snow. What did he mean? A little girl on the Origin Beast platform asked her grandfather. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down and sent Chu Feng flying. His whole body was covered in blood and a patch of bright red. The little girl's grandfather's expression was solemn as he said, just like this, so lonely that his whole body is bleeding. The little girl was as pretty as a jade carving. She shook her head and said, Wow, I don't want to be lonely in the future. He's so pitiful. Life is so lonely that he bleeds. On the Origin Beast platform, the group was first petrified and then roared with laughter. Additionally, many people immorally sent these scenes and words to Chu Feng for him to slowly appreciate. Crack, thunder, and lightning bloomed. The peak of Mount Tai was dazzled. Chu Feng was struck by the thunder and was smoking. Damn it! It said that the green smoke rising from the ancestral grave will bring prosperity to the descendants. Now I'm emitting green smoke myself, but the result is so miserable. Chu Feng cursed. He was struck so hard that he rolled all over the mountain. His skin was lacerated and his flesh was lacerated. It was a tragic sight to behold. More than half of the blood energy that he had just replenished by eating the pangolin Saint Child had been consumed. However, he was also quite surprised. The lightning that he feared back then was actually able to resist it now, not being struck to death. However, this was also related to the fact that he was using his energy body. He didn't want to be passively attacked by the lightning and shoot out one stone ball after another. An evolver at his level could easily crush a mountain with a stomp. Now that he was using all his energy to resist the lightning, it was naturally shocking. However, it wasn't just one bolt of lightning. When it targeted him, it was simply nests after nests, and every nest had over a dozen bolts that bombarded him indiscriminately. Chu Feng's hair was like rotten grass, and many places were char-black. Apart from a mouth full of white teeth, there wasn't anything good about him. Additionally, he saw Jean he run away. He was flying extremely fast and rushed far into the horizon. Only then did he see the dazzling lightning on Mount Tai. Jean He, why haven't you returned yet? Chu Feng said in a deep voice. Keep pretending. You've already been struck by lightning, yet you're still pretending. I want to see how you'll survive. Johnny said angrily. Of course, he was also in great fear. This was a heavenly tribulation. Ordinary people simply didn't have the qualifications to provoke such a calamity. You're rebelling? Come back. Otherwise, if you're caught, you'll suffer. Chu Feng shouted loudly. Then, he saw the Cosmos supermodel Saintess Li Feng also run away. Moreover, she was ridiculing him. She directly used the photon computer to project an image and sound in the sky. It was a little girl about 4 or 5 years old. She was full of life, and her large eyes were especially spirited like black gems. She was shouting there, Life is truly lonely and bleed. Chu Feng's eyes went blank. Hearing her childish voice, he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Then, Li Feng decisively disappeared without a trace. She didn't even turn her head back. As for Saint Zilwan, she was the most cowardly. Although she had escaped to a safe area, she didn't dare to disappear. She was afraid that Chu Feng would specifically target her and continue to chase after her. You stop right there. Chu Feng intimidated her with malicious words and actions. Zilwan was incomparably fearful of him. Normally, she was a proud and pampered girl, but at this juncture, she was actually the weakest. Her body froze in the distant sky, and she didn't dare to run away again. Boom! However, a bolt of heavenly lightning broke the balance and blasted onto Chu Feng's body. Blood sprayed out from his body, and white bones could be seen in some places. It was an exceptionally miserable sight. Zilwan saw the situation and decisively transformed into her true form. It was a delicate and beautiful purple bird that somewhat resembled a swan. She flapped her sparkling purple wings and flew high into the sky. Little bird, don't you dare! Chu Feng shouted loudly as he soared into the sky. A large expanse of lightning descended and struck him violently. Blood sprayed out along the way, but he was indeed chasing after Zealwan. That was because he was planning to sell the Saintess in exchange for the complete set of theories he needed, as well as the treasure tome on analyzing the principles of energy forms. Zhang He and Li Feng hadn't been sold yet. Xu Feng had kept them for himself. Now that they had run away, he could deal with them later. But Zealwan was prepared to close the deal immediately. Xu Feng was covered in blood. From afar, he seemed to be riding lightning and moving like a god or a demon. It was extremely terrifying. Zealwan screamed in fright. The most important thing was that she had been suppressed and captured by this demon king along the way. This had left her with an indelible impression of terror. Now, she was trembling with fear and finally fled with a sobbing tone. She began to sing as she flew. "I'm a little bird." Everyone on the Origin Beast platform was petrified. "Daughter, you're so embarrassing. Are you so afraid of him?" On a certain vital planet in the cosmos, Saintess Zealwan's father's face had turned dark red and white smoke was coming out of his nose. In the immemorial temple, Zishao also covered his face with his hands. He simply didn't dare to watch. This was truly a goddamn godlike performance. To think that he was a heaven-favored character of his generation, one who could look down on all the divine sons and saintesses. How could he have such a sister? She was simply too spoiled and overly delicate. He knew that this video would soon spread far and wide. "Sister, where's your arrogance? Where's your ladylike temper? Aren't you usually bossy and bossy? Take out your queen style and scold him. What are you singing about?" Zishao was so angry that he wanted to curse. "I'm a little bird." Saintess Zealwan flapped her wings and trembled with a sobbing tone. She was so scared that she was about to fall from the sky. Xu Feng had a strange expression on his face after seeing this scene. It was truly unexpected. He had mistakenly thought that this was an act. How could a saintess from a high-ranking planet be scared to this extent by him? One could well imagine that in Zealwan's heart, he was absolutely a terrifying demon king. Huh? Xu Feng laughed heartily. But extreme joy begets sorrow. He couldn't catch up and was instead bombarded by a field of lightning. The blazing light smashed onto his body and sent him flying. He was suppressed on Mount High and couldn't rush out. "I'm a little bird." Saintess Zealwan's heart was beating wildly. In the end, she found that Xu Feng was lying motionless on the ground like a Chinese character. Her eyes immediately went round. She decisively flapped her wings and ran away. Xu Feng could only stare helplessly, but couldn't chase after her. He became angry and finally shouted, "It's no use running away. I've inserted profound magnetic needles into your bodies. If you don't come back obediently within 3 days, I guarantee that you'll wish you were dead." And then, there was no then. He was already unable to speak. He was drowned in lightning and was extremely miserable. This lightning wanted nothing more than to turn him into a withered coal in an instant. At this time, there was no one else in the surroundings apart from the lightning and Xu Feng. Even on the Origin Beast platform, there was a period of silence. Everyone revealed solemn expressions. The present age could be considered a resplendent era where some geniuses could cross lightning tribulations. But now, it seemed that this native's tribulation wasn't simple at all. It was a bit too terrifying. Moreover, he had just entered the carefree realm, yet there were actually so many bolts of lightning. This was extremely abnormal. This is an evildoer. His talents and potential are terrifying. Could it be that this deathly silent and declining planet is going to rise again? The group of people couldn't laugh. Their expressions were all grave. Look, he's actually using an energy form to blast the lightning. He can resist it head-on. How terrifying. For a moment, some people suspected that the reason for the tribulation was because the energy form was too extraordinary and too terrifying. It had incurred the wrath of the heavens. However, the main character, Xu Feng, was cursing. He was extremely dissatisfied with the power of the energy manifestation. That was because he had always been in a state of severe blood energy deficiency, so he couldn't display his proper style. "I'll smash your lungs." Villainous heavens, are you bullying me because I don't have enough blood energy? If you have the guts, after a few days when your blood energy is surging, you'll be my boss and the heavens number two. When people heard these words, they were speechless. This was truly arrogant. It was in line with his recent behavior, ferocious and unrestrained to the point of being a complete mess. Moments later, a shocking piece of news spread throughout the Origin Beast platform. Chu Feng's stone energy form had brazenly charged into the energy form Dark Horse rankings. Moreover, it was within the top 200. This was absolutely terrifying. One had to know that this Dark Horse ranking was a ranking of terrifying energy forms that had suddenly risen. Any one of them was enough to intimidate a starry domain. Moreover, the stone energy form's ranking is still climbing. It's maintaining its upward momentum because it's still floating underwater and hasn't revealed its true power. The Origin Beast platform was shaken because of this. The energy form top 200 on the Dark Horse ranking was absolutely a terrifying and dazzling achievement in the boundless starry skies. It made people's eyes go dizzy. What he obtained in the past was just an empty reputation. It didn't count for much. Now that the energy form ranking has been released, he can indeed be considered to have some fame. A famous guest side. The lightning weakened and the terrifying thunder gradually became sparse. It was about to completely disappear. Chu Feng's hair was disheveled and his whole body was scorched black. He was all skin and bones, and his blood energy was almost exhausted. Moreover, his withered black skin was also cracked. It was a tragic sight to behold. In the end, he managed to survive the heavenly tribulation even though he was not in the best condition. Moreover, the intensity of the lightning was beyond his imagination. Outsiders didn't know, but Chu Feng himself could feel that this lightning contained a special substance with astonishing destructive power. When it washed over his body, it was like a large knife hacking at him. It's finally over. Chu Feng let out a long sigh. However, at this time, a terrifying feeling emerged in his heart. He quickly moved his body sideways. In the distance, a huge beam of light flew over, accompanied by the last few bolts of lightning. The arrival's timing was too good. It was just when his taut nerves were beginning to relax. At the same time, he had the last bit of lightning as cover. The beam of light had almost reached the center of his back. Chu Feng evaded in time and was slightly grazed. A terrifying blood groove appeared on one side of his body, but there wasn't much blood seeping out. He suddenly turned around and saw a machine race expert retreating into the distance. "You're courting death. Where do you think you're going?" Chu Feng was furious. He chased after them all the way and found that there was more than one machine race expert. They were all carrying terrifying weapons and scanning him. Although Chu Feng was weak, his heart was filled with killing intent. He forcefully moved his body with one last breath and began a massacre. Coarse stone balls flew out in waves and bombarded the machine race expert's body. Sparks flew in all directions, and a terrifying explosion ensued. Before long, these metal monsters were completely annihilated. "Our divine son is about to descend. Just wait for your death." The machine race expert's voice reverberated through the mountains with unwillingness before his death. "This mixed blood descendant, let's go." In an extremely distant place, the Shilin race experts said coldly. They felt that they didn't have much confidence in killing their way over. It was better to retreat. "Cancel the order. Since Saint Azilwan is no longer here, our deal is canceled." At this time, Zishao immediately contacted Chu Feng. Chu Feng reassured him and said, "Don't worry, I'll definitely catch her. I'll use the Wormhole Express Company to send her to you as soon as possible. She can't escape." "No, I don't want it anymore. I don't need you to catch her." Zishao was anxious. "How can I not want it? We've already reached an agreement. You've already placed the order, so you must have it. I'll definitely catch her. This deal can't be canceled." Chu Feng glared. "I'm giving up. I don't want it anymore. You want to play rogue? Impossible. I'll definitely catch her and ask the Origin Beast platform to uphold justice so that this deal can be done." Chu Feng threatened. Then he added, If she's likely Feng and Zhan and hasn't been auctioned at a high price, I won't bother to kill her for now. I'll definitely hunt her down immediately. Zishao was completely dumbfounded. He had bid with his father and finally bought Ziluan. In the end, he failed to save her and instead became the motivation for Chu Feng to insist on capturing her. Zishao was driven mad and wanted to shout. He was truly flustered and exasperated. He felt that he was cheating his sister. After shouting, Chu Feng staggered and couldn't even stand steadily. He fell on a Mount Tai and only climbed up after a long time. Then he escaped. Damn, he's so weak. Let's join forces and chase him down. Don't let him escape back to Mount Longhu. Immediately, some people were shouting in various places. That day, some divine sons and saintesses joined forces and called on people to work together to kill the demon. That was because this native was looking down on the divine sons and saintesses of the outer realms. He was actually capturing them wantonly and then selling them. This was intolerable. Kill Chu under the heavens. On this day, many people attacked. Everyone, fighting and killing is the most boring thing. Let's value peace. Chu Feng appeared on the Origin Beast platform and shouted through it, expressing his goodwill and good intentions. You still have a nerve to say that fighting and killing is boring? Kill Chu under the heavens. Obviously, these people didn't buy it. Kill Chu under the heavens? I think it's me who kills the world. Just you wait. I'll capture all of you and sell you all. Chu Feng said ruthlessly and then dragged his injured body away. Chapter 489. His name as a human trafficker resounded throughout the Origin Beast platform. This was a member with a gold account. Moreover, he had succeeded in capturing more than one divine son and saintess. Not long ago, the momentum of the auction was astonishing. It was impossible for such a hot topic not to be discussed. But now that he was being evaluated, it could be said that there were two extremes of ice and fire. On one hand, many people were sighing in admiration. They hoped that this freak who dared to curse saints and kill goddesses would continue to wreak havoc on that planet and humiliate those holy lands. At the same time, there was a group of people criticizing Chu Feng. They wanted nothing more than to pull out his tendons and peel off his bones. They denounced him as an uncivilized native with a barbaric style. They said that he had no manners of a civilized planet and was extremely vulgar. One side supported him while the other side spurned him. Their attitudes were completely opposite. Haha, no wonder those opposing Demon King Chu are disciples of the relevant holy lands. I reckon some of them have been captured, right? Someone exposed him. Oh, those divine sons and saintesses went to ambush Chu Feng but were captured and killed instead. They only have themselves to blame. Who else can they blame? The Origin Beast platform was in an uproar. At this time, Chu Feng's situation couldn't be considered good. His face was like golden paper and only a layer of skin was left over his bones. His original appearance could no longer be seen. His blood energy was dried up and his spirit was weak. The damage was too severe. He needed to replenish his missing source of life immediately, otherwise, it would easily damage his foundations. Severing dozens of shackles in one go was unprecedented. This should have taken years, but he had completed it in a single day. The evolution was too intense, and the internal consumption was terrifying. Add to that the continuous battles and the deathly heavenly tribulation. There was simply no way out for him. At this time, Chu Feng's lips were cracked, his hair was withered, his eyes were sunken, and his bark-like body was covered in dry blood. He was like a living skeleton. There was no more blood to flow in his body. His entire body was like a dried corpse. It was truly miserable. This was deep in the mountains of Shandong. In order to avoid being monitored from outer space, Chu Feng had set up a domain to cover his body. Even so, he was occasionally discovered by the Tao Child under Jun Tua, and his whereabouts were revealed. Jun Tua, you old turtle. You're a saint, yet you're so shameless. You're staring at me and not letting go. You even let the Tao Child inform those who want to kill me. Chu Feng's voice was hoarse. Puff. Not long after, Chu Feng broke into the folded space and killed a golden-scaled python that was attacking him. It was very strong, full of blood energy and exuberant vitality. However, after the golden python was eaten by Chu Feng, he only recovered a little blood chi. His body was still dry, far from what he needed. Moreover, his figure was exposed because he had barged into the folded space. The Tao child under Jun Ta pointed out to the others, and a divine sun-level figure rushed over. Chu Feng took a deep breath and disappeared in the blink of an eye. He ran all the way and found a suitable place to set up a domain before vanishing from the sage's eyes. After that, he walked out unhurriedly. There were some profound disruption weapons by his side, and it was precisely those few weapons that Shun Rong had used to ambush him. They were densely covered in talismans, and coupled with the floating magnetic stones and other things, they formed a domain that isolated him from the outside world. Just like that, he traversed through the mountains with his domain. It seems that I need to find an extraordinary secret treasure. Chu Feng frowned. A top-grade treasure could conceal one's aura, and even the heavens, I could not see through it. However, weapons of that level were priceless. Boom! In the distance, a beam of energy washed the ground and turned a large mountain into ashes. The beings of the machine race were taking action. They had arrived at this area according to the Tao child's directions. Chu Feng used a mobile domain and escaped from that mountainous region. They couldn't find him, so they attacked frantically. Machine race. Chu Feng's sunken eye sockets emitted strands of golden light. Last time, the machine race had suffered disastrous losses. Who knew how many battleships had been smashed by Yao Yao? Apparently, they had placed this debt on his head. Unfortunately, they're all made of metal and can't be eaten. Chu Feng hesitated for a moment and didn't attack them. It wasn't worth exposing himself. The urgent matter at hand was to return to Mount Longhu and eat the 5 quasi-divine beast eggs. Now that he thought about it, those things were indeed great nourishment and the most effective for him. The rising sun is the beginning of all living things and contains the most vigorous aura of life. The same goes for the divine egg. It's the most primitive form of life, and the purest part of its vitality hasn't dispersed yet. It's all stored in the egg and is the most nourishing. Chu Feng's eyes were like those of a wolf as they emitted a green glow. He really wanted to return to Mount Longhu immediately. There is some truth to this saying. In ancient times, there were necromancers who forcefully took the placenta. That was because they had discovered that the placenta contained rich life essence. Chu Feng endured his hunger and weariness as he quickly traversed through the mountains and headed south toward Mount Longhu. He knew that the place was already a dragon's pool and tiger's den. An inescapable net would definitely be laid out and just waiting for him to plunge in. Presumably, the various divine sons and saintesses were already sharpening their knives. But he still had to go. The 5 quasi-divine beast eggs were a life-saving medicine for him. They could restore his vitality and restore his origin. This was not only because they were in the initial form of life, but also because this race had the longest lifespan. Their origin of life was so rich that it could shock the world. There was nothing more suitable for him than this. It was incomparably nourishing. Boom! Within the Hunan region, Chu Feng encountered a bloody battle. He hadn't been discovered in advance, but had come across a group of saint children by chance. Chu Feng was in a miserable state during this battle. A large hole had appeared on his body, but no blood flowed out because it had long since dried up. Of course, it wasn't as if he didn't gain anything. After the battle, he carried a golden elephant leg and ran madly. That was a mammoth. After evolving to a certain level, its skin was like gold and contained a vast amount of blood energy. It was a saint child of this race, and now one of its legs had been snatched away. The furious roar of the golden mammoth came from behind. The other saint children were also frantically chasing after him. But in the end, Chu Feng still managed to escape and couldn't be killed on the spot. It's still the flesh and blood of a saint child level expert that's nourishing. Chu Feng hid himself within a domain and was roasting a golden elephant leg that weighed tens of thousands of kilograms. He ate it all, and it didn't leave a single piece of meat behind. His mouth was full of grease, but he still felt hungry and hadn't eaten his fill. All of the roasted golden meat had been refined into essence energy and absorbed into his body. He refined his life origin energy and replenished his vitality. His shriveled body finally swelled up a bit, and the wounds on his body began to bleed. He had no choice but to take care of them. At this time, an ominous glint appeared in Chu Feng's eyes. He opened the spatial bottle and threw the seal by Ling and Yuan Kuan to the ground. These two were quite unlucky. Bai Ling was the first to be sold, so she was the first to be captured by Chu Feng and put into the pristine jade bottle. Yuan Kuan, on the other hand, was also put into the bottle with all of his bones broken. Chu Feng was regretful. If he had known earlier, he would have imprisoned Ziluan. That was because she had also been bought by someone else. Unfortunately, he had pretended to be profound at that time and had let the divine sons pull the carriage and the saintesses stand beside him. The result was a tragedy. Perhaps my injuries will heal quite a bit after eating the two of you. The divine light in Chu Feng's eyes was terrifying. Bai Ling's scalp immediately went numb. She was actually going to be eaten. This was too miserable. She wanted to cry. This was most likely the first saintess to be eaten after arriving on this savage planet. Alas, you've been ordered by someone using the worlds in near at hand. Even if there's only one peerless chapter, I still can't bear to eat you. Chu Feng sighed. One of the peerless chapters in the field of speed was a rare treasure that could only be found by chance and not sought. Exchanging a saintess for it was definitely a great deal. At this time, Chu Feng had calmed down. He had already guessed that it was most likely by Ling's parents' clan who had saved her. Otherwise, who would be willing to make such a losing transaction? Then, he looked at Yuan Kuan and said, "You've been sold off at a discount. One must be honest. I can't break the contract and eat you." The saint child of the diamond ape race, Yuan Kuan, was furious. He had been sold off at a discount. Was he so worthless? In reality, the main thing was that Chu Feng still had some confidence. There were still many ways out before he was at the end of the line. Otherwise, even if Yuan Kuan was a diamond ape, a humanoid creature, Chu Feng would still dare to roast him and eat him directly in order to survive. A moment later, Chu Feng put away Bai Ling and Yuan Kuan and set out on the road again. This time, he took the initiative to hunt. His target was the saint children who had besieged him not long ago. An hour later, Chu Feng rose up in the mountains and launched an ambush. He finished the battle quickly and didn't stop. He was very successful. In just an instant, he picked up a golden mammoth's thigh and ran. After successfully cutting off the leg, he fled. He didn't come for killing or confrontation, but for meat. Elo! The golden mammoth's saint child let out a heart-wrenching cry. The other saint children were all furious. This native was too bold. He had suffered such heavy injuries and was almost at the end of his rope, yet he still dared to come and kill them. But they watched helplessly as that fellow escaped without a trace. He used domains to stop them from chasing him. That native hid in a famed mountain and disappeared. Before long, the golden mammoth angrily complained on the Origin Beast platform, saying, "That native is too despicable, lowly, shameless, and shameless. He stole 2 of my legs in succession. This thug, this barbarian, this bloody executioner." He was sitting in a wheelchair as he said these words. He was pushed forward by the other saint children. Both his legs were gone. Everyone was speechless and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, this wasn't the end. Only 2 hours later, another tragedy occurred. The golden mammoth saint child was crying profusely as he complained about Chu Feng's atrocities. "Oh heavens, I've sinned. That savage is sneaking up on me again. He's despicable, lowly, and shameless. He stole my 3rd leg." The golden mammoth saint child was really crying. This time, it wasn't to gain sympathy. He sat in the wheelchair and waved his only front leg, shouting, "Demon King Chu, I'm convinced. Don't come. I beg you. I'll withdraw from the operation to encircle and annihilate you. On the Origin Beast platform, everyone was dumbfounded. Fragrant elephant divine son, please cross the boundary and suppress this fiend. Protect the elephant race and spread the law. Many people from the elephant race exploded. One after another, they pleaded for the divine son of the fragrant elephant race to come into being. The so-called fragrant elephant crossing the river was a metaphor for the Mahayana Bodhisattva's cultivation. However, there really was such a race in the universe with terrifying strength. It was still unknown whether the fragrant elephant divine son would come into being, but there was another saint child who was indignant. One of the few saint children walking together with the golden mammoth saint child was banging his head on the ground. He was so ashamed and resentful that he wanted to commit suicide. The saint child of the Capricorn constellation from the depths of the starry skies, Kuan Yang, had just been successfully ambushed by Chu Feng. He didn't lose a leg or an arm, but he was in an even more miserable state. Chu Feng had ruthlessly and accurately chopped off his several thousand-kilogram goat kidneys. He then carried them and ran away. At this point, the hearts of this group had completely dispersed. Kuan Yang's hot tears rolled down on the Origin Beast platform. He said to Chu Feng that as long as his kidneys were returned, he was willing to pay any price. In the end, Chu Feng logged in very quickly and responded to him directly, saying, "I'm sorry. It would have been better if you had said so earlier. I had just roasted and eaten them." As he said this, he even used his hand to wipe the grease stains on his mouth. Kuan Yang immediately collapsed and cried until he fainted. Chu Feng put on a very good-natured appearance and solemnly guaranteed on the Origin Beast platform that he was very willing to have friendly exchanges with the various divine sons and saintesses. "I'm serious. Look, the golden mammoth saint child previously accused me, but then he begged me to stop. I was very cooperative and immediately stopped. I never touched him again." After hearing these words, the golden mammoth saint child sat in his wheelchair and cried again. He raised his only front hoof and shook it there. The Origin Beast platform completely exploded. Some people laughed loudly, some people looked at each other with hatred, and some people were joining forces. They demanded that the divine sons and saintesses on earth must join hands and kill the demon together. I'm talking about you, Black Tiger. I heard you have something on you that's a great supplement. Do you want to fight a decisive battle with me?" Chu Feng warned a very active saint child who was always contacting others. The great supplement on the tiger race's body was suspected to be a tiger's penis. What decisive battle? It was definitely going to be a sneak attack. People cursed silently. That day, the Black Tiger's saint child's legs were trembling. He kept feeling a chill coming from certain places. He wasn't afraid of a decisive battle to the death, but he was afraid of a sneak attack because he would lose something. He didn't want to go to the Origin Beast platform and cry and complain. Chapter 490. The soil on Mount Longhu was dark red. According to some ancient records, this was the capital of Taoism. It had once been dyed red with blood, and the color would never fade. There were large patches of green bamboo on the mountain, emitting a green glow. Additionally, the horsedale pines were like the sea. One could hear the rustling of the pines, even from a distance. Some of the pines had mutated and turned silvery white. Moreover, they were snow white in color. Gazing from afar, it was like a world of ice and snow. Presently, the mountain was even more majestic and majestic. It was as if a true dragon and a fierce tiger were entrenched here. They stood there unmoving for countless years without awakening. Chu Feng frowned. There were many divine sons and saintesses hiding in this area. It wasn't as simple as a few groups of troops. There were traps everywhere. As long as he dared appear, he would surely be surrounded and killed. Dragon's Pool and Tiger's Lair. Chu Feng frowned deeply because he had sensed that this area had been set up. There was an offensive domain ahead. He possessed the fiery eyes and could see everything clearly. There was a dense metallic aura up ahead. There was an offensive secret treasure lying across the mountainous terrain. It was transforming into a terrifying domain and emitting killing intent. If he walked over without understanding the situation, he would most likely be ambushed. That was a broken metal gourd. It was actually emitting such intense sword energy from its mouth. It would be difficult to block it if it were to erupt at full force. Chu Feng's eyes flickered with golden light as he looked carefully. The metal gourd was very old, as if it had just been unearthed not too long ago. Normally, it would be difficult to bring along a weapon above one's realm when crossing worlds. Chu Feng guessed that someone must have had a great fortune and dug out this damaged weapon from Earth. Following which, he circled around the mountain and arrived at another area. There, he saw a level path with no one guarding it. It would be easy to break through and charge into the mountain. However, Chu Feng had only taken one step when his hair stood on end. He believed in his intuition and immediately halted his steps because there was a great danger ahead. His fiery eyes flickered with flames as if they were burning. He saw green bamboo and mountain rocks emitting an energy mist. There were some animals among them, and the grass and trees were fresh and clean. Moments later, Chu Feng was shaken and his hair stood on end. There seemed to be no problem with this area because it was a real scene. However, if the entire mountain forest was condensed, it would become a painting scroll. When it was unfolded, it would cover the mountain and replace it. There were real plants, soil, and stones in the painting, so it was hard to tell if one didn't look closely. Chu Feng sighed to himself. Fortunately, he had the eyes of fire and gold. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to see through it. There was a dimensional space in the painting, and within it was a mountain range. It was too realistic. It was a tattered painting scroll with a strong, earthy smell. It seemed to have been unearthed not long ago. Chu Feng was shaken. There were many historical remains on Earth, and orthodoxies once stood in great numbers. Now, it seemed like someone had obtained this kind of opportunity and excavated something. This alerted him. He looked again and finally relaxed a little. Regardless of whether it was the metal gourd or the tattered painting scroll, they all had obvious flaws. He could see through them with his eyes of fire and gold. Such an ancient treasure could be exploited and effectively guarded against. He heaved a sigh of relief. Chu Feng changed his position several times and found that there were guards everywhere, preventing him from setting foot on Mount Longhu. There was an inescapable net laid out in this area, just waiting for him to appear. Chu Feng is here. At this time, outside of Earth, the Tao Child under Jun Tuo held a snow-white conch in his hand and transmitted his voice to many people on the ground, informing them of Chu Feng's exact location. Chu Feng cursed. Old Turtle Jun Tuo, you're becoming more and more shameless. You're already so old, yet you keep participating in the disputes of the young. Do you think your face is big, or do you think you're very young? Do you still have any face? Chu Feng was indignant. A stately saint didn't care about his status at all and wasn't particular at all. Naturally, Jun Tuo didn't see it this way. If he killed Chu Feng, his 5 pure-blooded descendants might be saved. The 5 Starcore turtle eggs might be the only ones left. If Chu Feng was allowed to enter Mount Longhu, he would definitely eat them up. Kill. In the distance, some divine sons and saintesses were charging over and closing in on the area. They wanted to surround and kill Chu Feng. The world had begun to kill Chu. Unfortunately, it was impossible for Chu Feng to meet them head-on. He turned around and left. Along the way, magnetic stones flew out in large numbers to obstruct the powerful character's pursuit. In this area, he didn't hope to counterattack and kill them. The other party had already opened their pockets and were waiting for him to fall into the trap. Just like that, Chu Feng used magnetic stones to block the way and directly fled into the distance. There were many people in this area, but they had lost him. Some people sighed because it was truly a pity. Chu Feng left decisively. He appeared in another area and slowly recovered himself. He was going to waste time with this group of people. He didn't believe they would stay there forever. Brother, they don't dare enter Mount Longhu. Don't worry. There were naturally spies in Mount Longhu. A group of great demons from Kunlun were all there. Although Fairy Yao Yao is in a deep sleep and no longer appears, no one dares to barge in. She keeps her promise. After hearing these words, Chu Feng became increasingly calm. Several days later, people were bewildered because the Black Tiger Saint Child had disappeared. In the end, some tiger bones were found thousands of kilometers away. He had been killed and eaten. The Golden Mammoth Saint Child and Kuanyang Saint Child gasped after learning of the situation. One of them had lost his leg, and the other had lost his waist. Meanwhile, the Black Tiger Saint Child had lost his entire body. One didn't need to think to know that this was done by Chu Feng. Last time, he had let out words on the Origin Beast platform. This is too excessive. The Black Tiger Saint Child has been harmed. We must avenge him. Although some people were shouting happily, their actions weren't that proactive. Accidents happened one after another, and everyone was afraid. Finally, on a rainy night, Chu Feng approached Mount Longhu once again and snuck back here. Kill. This time he was serious. He chose a weak point and fiercely attacked. After several days, those divine sons and saintesses were already exhausted. Some of them had retreated, and the place he chose wasn't much better than having no defenses. That was because, as these people saw it, Chu Feng was eating the Golden Mammoth Kuanyang Saint Child and the Black Tiger Saint Child. He was gradually recovering and could afford to waste time. There wasn't much meaning in them surrounding this place, so some of them had already left. There was no real battle on Mount Longhu. In the end, it ended tepidly. That's great. Brother, you finally killed your way in safely. It's a pity that we couldn't help at all. A group of great demons from Mount Kunlun felt guilty. There's no rush. The world is recovering. Take your time. Recently, Chu Feng had been eating a lot, especially after eating the Black Tiger Saint Child. His flesh swelled up, and he wasn't as dry as before. However, he still felt weak. After greeting a group of old friends, he went directly to the place sealed by Yao Yao. Chu Feng relied on domain methods to rapidly approach. The various divine sons and saintesses weren't very satisfied with Chu Feng's successful charge into Mount Longhu. They had always wanted to join hands to kill him, but in the end, this was the result. At this moment, Zhan He, Li Feng, and Zi Luan were the happiest. There weren't any restrictions on their bodies that Chu Feng had mentioned. They were in good condition and weren't in a living hell. This scoundrel, he actually tricked us. The three heaved a sigh of relief. On Mount Longhu, Chu Feng was cooking star-core turtle eggs. At the same time, he pointed toward outer space and said, "Old turtle, do you see that? I'm starting to eat quasi-divine beast eggs, one bite at a time. I'm eating from bastard egg to bastard egg." In outer space, Jun Tua was furious. This time, he manifested his Dharma form and stared coldly at Earth. But in the end, he retreated. That was because he couldn't enter Earth. Last time, he had caused a ruckus and was opposed by Yao Yao. He had lost both his home and his face. Now all 5 star-core turtle eggs had been eaten by Chu Feng. His last wish was gone, so he left. "Evil creature, I must kill you," Jun Tua said fiercely before leaving. There was no one else who could make a saint lose control like this. After Chu Feng ate the star-core turtle eggs, his whole body blossomed with silver light. The spring of life surged intensely and rapidly replenished his needs. In just less than an hour, Chu Feng's body glowed, and he had completely recovered. His whole body was sparkling and translucent, as if it was carved from suet jade. His eyes were incomparably spirited. His face was handsome, and his figure was tall. He was all the more extraordinary and refined. At this moment, his head of jet black hair was smooth and supple. It hung down to his waist and was no longer withered and yellow. Each strand was sparkling and translucent. This feeling is too wonderful. Chu Feng sensed his body's condition. His blood and qi were as vigorous as the sea as they surged and surged with thunderous sounds. At this moment, every movement of Chu Feng's had the aura of a demonic god. It was as if he had evolved to a terrifying level. His life had transitioned, and he had become a god, a demon. Of course, he knew that he was still human. It was just that he was incomparably powerful. The 5 quasi-divine beast eggs were equivalent to 5 quasi-divine beasts in the future. The vitality contained within was too abundant. It had completely saved him and allowed him to climb to his peak state. When Chu Feng circulated his breathing technique, he could hear the sound of his blood flowing within his body. It was like thunder, like the raging sea, and its strength was astonishing. I'm currently at my peak state. I can now see the power of my peerless painting scroll. Before starting, Chu Feng activated the domains in this area and laid down the dragon-locking pillars. Following that, he placed all kinds of magnetic stones. The domains came in layers to prevent extraterrestrial beings from spying on them. Chu Feng took out some weapons he had seized from the divine sons and sanuses and tossed them in the surroundings. Following which, he used his blood and chi as the paper and his spirit as the paint to spread out the painting scroll. The 100 strongest stars flickered and the other galaxies became blurry. Chu Feng stood at the center and shook the painting scroll violently. With a boom, all the weapons placed in the surroundings disintegrated and turned into fine powder. Chu Feng immediately put away the painting scroll. He was incomparably satisfied. He didn't even need to continue testing because he already had an idea. Chu Feng knew that there were all kinds of famous painting scrolls in the cosmos. Some of them were said to be peerless, and thus had established terrifying rankings. When his painting was exposed to the world, what would its ranking be on the peerless painting list? He was somewhat expectant. Afterwards, Chu Feng didn't stop to rest. He didn't even have the time to gather with a group of great demons and immediately set out on his way. He went to Mount Zhijin in Jiangning to refine the cinnabar fruit and the others. In the end, he gave up after trying one. The Mount Taishan 8 trigrams furnace was, after all, not natural. It was only man-made and couldn't refine these legendary divine and saintly medicines. Afterwards, Chu Feng brought the saintly medicine with him and headed toward the secret realm of Mount Taishan. This time, he entered stealthily. That was because during his last painting scroll, 50 of the top 100 stars had been drawn in great detail. The other 50 were crude and lacked charm. This time, he would make up for it. After one day and one night, Chu Feng walked out from this place. His face was somewhat pale, but he was even calmer than before. There was a calm and tranquil air about him. Great success. His peerless painting scroll was complete and perfected in all aspects. His vitality was the paper and his spirit was the paint. With a sudden shake, the peerless painting scroll condensed into one with him. With a light shake, he could directly crush powerful enemies. At the same time, his energy form had also become stronger. The 100 coarse stone orbs were even more plain and unadorned. The energy form was only a part of the scenery in the painting scroll. There's a situation in the Eastern Sea. Chu Feng was somewhat astonished after receiving the news. The ruins of an ancient evolutionary holy land had been found in the middle of the ocean. Multicolored light was faintly seeping through the water surface and might come into being in the near future. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the various divine sons and saintesses gathered in the Eastern Sea. It could be said that this was a distinguished meeting because this was the first time the divine sons and saintesses from different galaxies would meet formally to discuss important matters. Fu Huang is related to the top 10 great stars. He has achieved small success in the deity demon slaughtering record and is one of the leading figures in this distinguished meeting. Chu Feng spoke softly. He was very calm after understanding some of the situation. At this distinguished meeting, some people would bring up old matters again in hopes of hunting Chu Feng again. This was because the matter from last time couldn't be left unsettled. Chapter 491. The blue sea was like a painting. The surging waves were sparkling and translucent as they smashed into the sky, washing away the clouds in an instant. The blue sky was clear, and the white clouds were flawless and spotless. On an island in the Eastern Sea, fallen petals were in profusion. This place was like a paradise. As far as the eye could see, the peach trees were full of fresh and glistening flowers. There were also blooming petals that carried flowing multicolored light as they fell with the wind. Every petal was glowing and filled the air with a sweet fragrance. The old marks of the paths were still there, and the old well was hidden in the peach forest. The path of evolution of the earth had been cut off since the ancient times. The divine island of the past was locked in the clouds and gradually became silent. It had only reappeared in recent years with sea beasts and mutant birds landing. Recently, a group of divine sons and saintesses were searching for a holy land for evolution in the Eastern Sea. In the end, they found this island and settled down. There was going to be a grand meeting here. Creatures from different galaxies, including the insect race, deity descendants, and even a nine-nether race. A large group of heavenly geniuses were rushing over from various famed mountains to gather here. Many people had already appeared, making this island more prosperous and no longer silent. The green grass was like a cushion. Many evolvers were sitting in the peach forest. Many old peach trees that were thousands of years old were budding. The trees were full of flowers and gushing out pink multicolored light. The scenery was beautiful like a magnificent painting. The sound of a zither rang out from the peach forest. It was extremely pleasant to the ears and made people calm down and relax. There were many stone tables and long tables left behind from ancient times in the peach forest. Many people were sitting cross-legged here, drinking wine and admiring the peach blossoms in a leisurely and contented manner. These people all had outstanding temperaments. Some were bronze-skinned giants that were like small mountains. They were suffused with a majestic, faint golden blood energy, and one could tell at a glance that they were terrifying experts. There was a divine son with snow-white wings on his back. His entire body was shrouded in divine light like a small sun. He was otherworldly and holy, and his appearance surpassed many women. He was holding a jade cup in his hand as he tasted good wine. There was a goddess with picturesque eyebrows and beautiful appearance. Her red lips were bright and sexy as she smiled faintly. Her elegant demeanor was moving people's hearts. A young man was playing the zither under a 1,000-year-old peach tree. He was otherworldly, and his handsome face was calm and elegant. His fingers lightly stroked the zither, and the sound of a zither could actually show the beauty of a painting. Listening to this kind of melody, one could be entranced and forget their worries. Divine Sun Ji Ling's zither skills are getting more and more exquisite. Listening quietly is like a clear spring flowing into one's heart, allowing one to experience an otherworldly beauty. Some evolvers sighed in admiration. I don't know anything about music, but now my heart is calm, without the usual restlessness. Technique is close to the Tao. The copper-skinned giant nodded. His blood energy was vigorous, shaking the peach blossoms until they rustled and fell, flowing with brilliant colors. In the blink of an eye, the zither sounds became lively and spirited, pleasant to the ears. Then a few birds were attracted over, dancing gracefully, circling around this place without leaving. This kind of scene was shocking and moving. As expected of Brother Ji Ling of the Heavenly Notes sect, a casual song of yours can make 100 birds come to pay homage. It's extremely mysterious. If we continue like this, we'll be able to comprehend the Tao. A dark golden fox spoke in human language and sighed. Indeed, the music is beautiful and makes one unable to extricate themselves from it. Divine Sun Ji Ling, consider marrying into our clan. An extremely flirtatious and gorgeous woman in bright muslin smiled charmingly at Ji Ling, who was playing the zither. Everyone praises me too much. This can only be considered a minor Tao. With my meager cultivation, I can only make everyone smile, said Ji Ling. He smiled and had already stopped playing the zither. In the blink of an eye, the birds flew away in all directions. Everyone complimented him, saying that he was too humble. Who didn't know that the Heavenly Notes sect's music was world-renowned? They had many saint-level works as their foundation. Once performed, they could calm one's heart and comprehend the Tao. Speaking of which, too many things have happened recently. Have you guys heard? The divine son of the Gue Yi sect, Zhou Hai, has constructed a type of black vortex energy form. It's extremely terrifying. It has just appeared in the world, but it has already charged into the top 200 of the energy form Dark Horse rankings. It's truly shocking. Someone sighed. The picturesque goddess, Lan Shi, nodded at this moment. Her red lips slightly parted, appearing extremely sexy. It's reported that the black vortex energy form's strangulation power is astonishing. According to the evaluation, its ranking will rise by a large margin. Everyone was moved and approved of Lan Shi's words. Oh, didn't that Chu Feng recently form a type of energy form and enter the Dark Horse rankings? His ranking is similar to that of Divine Son Zhou Hai's black vortex energy form. When the name Chu Feng was mentioned, there was an awkward silence. That was because some people had gone to hunt him and had clashed with him. Zhou Hai's elder brother, Zhou Sheng, has come here. Perhaps there's an unexpected surprise. Zhou Hai might have already set foot on this planet and might follow. Someone guessed. If that's the case, I really hope that Chu Feng can also come. If he meets Zhou Hai, then it'll be lively. Let's see who's stronger and who's weaker. At this time, a commotion was heard. Many people from the periphery of the island rushed towards a certain direction as if some extraordinary character had arrived. Divine Son Fu Huang has arrived. As expected, following such a shout, even the group of extraordinary experts in the peach orchard could no longer sit still and stood up one after another. Fu Huang was a divine son with unfathomable strength. He had grasped a breathing technique like the deity demon slaughtering record and was related to the top 10 planets. He was extremely famous. Recently, there were rumors that he had cultivated this breathing technique to a certain level and wanted to find a group of powerful opponents worthy of him attacking to temper himself. Fu Huang was shrouded in mist. His mouth and nose were surging with dragon like streams of air. He had just arrived on the island when he was surrounded by people like stars surrounding the moon. Without a doubt, he was very powerful and had an illustrious reputation. The island was immediately filled with clamor. Fu Huang entered the island and was crowded around like a moon surrounded by stars. However, he could only be considered one of the leading figures. Before long, the jade waves were vast and mighty. A sword streaked across the sky and split the waves apart. A woman with a brilliant sword light on her back arrived from the sky. The Su dynasty's Su Jing has arrived. This caused another commotion. Everyone stood up and looked outside the island. They attached great importance to this fairy from the Su dynasty and didn't dare to be disrespectful. That was because she was not only a princess with a powerful dynasty behind her, but also because her sect was even more terrifying and was related to the top 10. Of course, there was no need to talk about her own terrifying strength. Not only was she graceful and beautiful, but her sword Dao was also divine. With a sword in hand, it was difficult to find an opponent. Apart from Su Jing and Fu Huang, there were also leading figures such as Yuan Mo, a demonic son. The island immediately became lively because this distinguished meeting was even more extraordinary than people had imagined. No one had expected that there would be some saints and goddesses with great origins. Previously, they didn't even know they had descended on Earth. Now, the descenders from various star passages had come to search for the ruins in the Eastern Sea. They had gathered here to discuss some matters to avoid conflicts and bloody battles over opportunities. Oh, characters like Fu Huang, Su Jing, and Yuan Mo have all come. I really hope that Chu Feng will also appear. Isn't he insolent? He sold saint children and captured saintesses to make his bed. If he dares to come here, I'll beat him to death. Chu Feng's enemies were all excited and hoped that he would appear. They wanted to see him being hunted down and suppressed by characters like Fu Huang, Su Jing, and Yuan Mo. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.